Welcome to the world of Arteris, where epic battles, heartwarming friendships, and unforgettable stories come to life. Join us as we journey across breathtaking landscapes and perilous dungeons in search of the ultimate treasure, the truth.
Powerful magic, fearsome monsters, and ancient legends wait to be discovered in a world shrouded in darkness.
So grab your sword, prepare your spells, and get ready for an unforgettable journey through a world of wonder and adventure.
Stand with us, rise against the darkness, and never forget what we are fighting for.
No.
Again. Default microphone. There we go. Hello, everyone. Thank you, OBS, for doing that to me again. I love it so much every time. We are The Lost Caravan RPG. We do one-shots, miniseries, and long-running campaigns. If it's TTRPG, we pretty much do it all. Tonight, episode 11 of Fabula Ultima. Our long-running campaign, this running right alongside Avatar Legends. Both of them amazing games, and I just love them both so much. But before we dive into it, I do have just a few announcements to go through. The first being that we are sponsored for not only tonight's stream, but every stream from Soul Muppets Publishing, who has a Kickstarter up right now.
Which I spent so much money. I spent so much money.
For Orbital Blues. Which I definitely have the link, and I'm definitely not just stalling so that I can get it and put it into chat.
Everybody, let's look how pretty it is. Woo.
Orbital Blues is a space western game. Ton of fun. We just closed out that game. But they have another book called Orbital Blues Afterburn. Go check it out. They have reached $51,000 of their $18,000 goal. So yeah, you know, it's some good stuff. Other than that, we are also sponsored by the lovely Savage Sparrow, who has a new line of Leshy pins from the Pathfinder system, which I also definitely have that link. And was absolutely prepared for this in every possible way. Yes, there it is. Bam! They are adorable pins. We're actually going to have a few of them to maybe give away for upcoming event. I'm professional every day, Doc. How dare you? But yeah, go check them out. Everything that's our good friend Savage Sparrow does is beautiful and adorable and Pathfinder related. So go check it all out. It's all good stuff. And finally, if you miss any of our streams, you can find them on our YouTube channel. It's just Lost Caravan RPG on YouTube. We have tons of videos. We have over 1,000 hours. We are rapidly approaching... Oh god, I just had this all down for guests. Anyways, we have hundreds of followers. Go add to it. Guys, go support us over there. We heckin' love you for it. It's been a day. But we're going to take a deep breath. We're going to dive on into this as I go around, have everyone tell you who they are, who they're playing tonight, and yeah, how they're feeling as we're heading towards the Floating Isles. We'll start right below me with Anna.
That is me. I was not expecting that. Hi, I am Anna, aka Archival Dust Funny Most Places on the Internet. I'm a queer and trans advocate, museum worker, and TTRPG performer, producer, and podcaster. Find me on Twitter at Archival Dustbun and most other social media at Archival Dustbunny. And I play Cadence, the Time Assassin, who is still having a tough time. It has not been a good run for Cadence. Yeah, she's not in a good place.
I mean, so...
Okay, we'll change that.
Last time you did have to say goodbye to your sister, but it was to protect her, and she is with a very capable shark folk pirate captain.
Yes, that after, though, you blew up my childhood home and made us refugees in our own home country.
Yeah, you did do that.
That does sound like something I would do, yeah.
Yep.
But see, silver lining, you get a lot of time out in the open water.
Yeah.
But we're gonna jump over to the ever lovable Ophi and the person behind the Ophi, Kit.
Oh, snap. That's me. Hi. I'm Kit. You can find me most places on the internet at KitRoll or on Twitter, while supplies last, at KitRollCause. Tonight, I will be your Ophi, as I always am. Just a little guy. No war crimes here. Don't worry about it.
Definitely.
Having a normal one.
You know that when you're talking to someone and they tell you that I've committed no war crimes, that you definitely believe them every time.
You should. Why wouldn't you? Why would I lie?
Of course.
I'm not classified to lie, Hooper.
Over to Taylor.
Hello. I'm Taylor at _potato on the site we do not mention, and just potato on the others. You can find me doing all sorts of things. I will be your Enola tonight, who is doing as good as she can remember doing. There probably have not been any lower lows or higher highs that she's ever experienced to her knowledge. Is honestly probably pretty excited to have our troll buddy and swap some recipes. Maybe that'll be great. And I honestly probably do a lot better than everyone else. All being said, I am only wanted by one city.
Considering, that's an improvement.
Yeah, no need to brag. Okay.
I mean, again, as far as I know.
Yes. Which honestly doesn't go back that far.
As far as I know, within the last month, no one else wants me dead.
And then rejoining us after a much-needed hiatus, Liza, welcome back.
Hello. I'm Glyza. I go by they, them. I was a person of many hats, but now I'm not so much. I'm making my way back to TTRPG after a long break. Some saying the break is not long enough, but who wants to listen to those people anyway? I'm not in a lot of things right now, but if you're curious of where you can find me, just check out bio.link /Classical Glyza, because it does have all of my links, or just look for me at Classical Glyza everywhere on the socials. That's Twitch, TikTok, Instagram, Bluesky, whatever. It's all there. Just if you find a Classical Glyza, that's me. Today I'll be playing Echo from Nagcarlan Cementerio, and I am ready to show up. I'm sure Echo's doing great. Absolutely has the best of time.
Only had to abandon your closest friend in the world
after
in the middle of a
admitting
tragedy.
Something
Yes.
To them. Probably it was it was great. It's fine.
Timing less than ideal. But then that just brings it to me. I'm Andrew, your storyteller for tonight's game, and for most games around here, although you are going to see a bunch of friendly faces behind the GM's chair in the coming weeks, because we have a bunch of great people that want to tell a bunch of great stories, especially coming up very soon for the week-long event that is happening, which I don't know how much the directors of that have announced, so I'm not going to say anything else. But come hang out if you want to see some cool games. That's it. I think that's all we got, and we can just dive on into this. That's some appropriate music here. after the tragedy. That seems appropriate.
Fucking knew it.
So last time, we did have to flee from the safety of the city as there was an attack. There was a boat ride. There may or may not have been a kraken. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go watch the past couple of episodes. They're on YouTube. It was a time. But we had some time to relax amidst the pirates, amongst the shark folk, and eventually came to a plan to go pay a visit to the Floating Isles, a mostly neutral, very small nation that is home to a lot of archivists. A lot of which well known or family members to Sprout. Along the way, we came across a beautiful ship, a massive man-of-war that could easily fit hundreds of crew and passengers, and decided to go investigate. You immediately found that things were off because once you stepped below deck, you were put into this maze of hallways and rooms where you could hear something behind each door sounding like it was just gorging itself continuously. You were eventually greeted by the chef that kept the place going. A troll who, as we found out, was as much of a prisoner as any of you. And when you completed the ritual to expel the spirits from this ghost ship, it rapidly started to deteriorate, the dead souls were allowed to pass on, and your troll chef companion decided to join you because the alternative was sinking into the ocean, as the troll cannot swim. But with that, we continue our fairly long traverse up the coast towards the Floating Isles, where I think it is absolutely appropriate for us to start with some camp activities. Anyone got anything in mind as you are going on day 7 or 8 of sailing, of staring at nothing but water, eating rations? Well, you do have a chef aboard now.
Does that mean we have ingredients?
He was like, there's only so much you can do with dried jerky and
Fish,
dried seaweed.
seaweed, salt.
Just look at fish. Do those things.
Anyone got any camp activities?
Yeah, I think I would go find Ophi at one point in time while we're just like hanging out, maybe while they're like tinkering or whatever,
sure.
whatever you do. I feel like Enola still doesn't fully know how to like human interact ever, but will, especially with this like crew, I think the only person they've obviously have a history with Cadence, but the only person they've really connected with has been Sprout, so they're still very like awkward with everyone else. So I think kind of probably does that, stands at the door for like a little bit and then finally kind of peeks their head in. Do you have a moment?
Yeah, Ophi will look up. They're probably tinkering with that busted communicator that they've been kind of messing around with for off and on. Yes, how can I help you?
I want to bring a possible opportunity to you, and I don't want it to seem off-putting because you are quite amazing in everything you do, but you seem to not realize that fully.
I understand what I'm capable of. Does not mean I'm always good at everything that I do. I do try.
Who is? It's a best we can do is try. But you have so many things in your toolbox. I wondered if maybe you would be open to one more thing.
I suppose. What did you have in mind? I am always willing to learn new things.
It seems, with everything that this crew gets themselves into and the way a lot of people run headfirst into a lot of things.
Yes.
Yes, that some additional health and healing could be helpful. I know you're not one that wields magic frequently, but would you be interested in learning how to heal magically?
Do you think that's possible? To teach magic?
Something in my head says yes.
Well, if you think it can be taught, I am more than willing to try to learn. Especially if I could be additionally helpful to the team.
It's... I will say that the spell I do know is kind of a big one. But it's taxing, I guess, I'll say. So hopefully, even without you being as magically practiced, I guess, as I am, it would be extremely helpful, I think, for us all to have at least one more person, because if I get hit, I will very easily go down. And it's nearly happened a couple of times.
Yes, it makes sense to have someone available to bring you back. Because you are very important to this team.
It's actually very comforting to hear. I feel like I've just been tagging along in a bit of a
You
extra
have kept several of
baggage.
us from dying several times.
Oh, if that's all I need to do to keep sticking around, I'm happy to.
It is no small feat. Like you said, a lot of running headfirst into a lot of things.
Yes, it's not what I'm used to. I don't think.
It is not what I'm used
Holes.
to either.
Oh, holes in my memory, but previous to that, I remember being very quiet. So, and then, as we're talking, I'll kind of show you the motions, do a little, just because everyone's Baldur's Gate obsessed currently, there's a scene where Gale teaches you how to open up the thing. That's essentially what's happening. Showing you little hand movements and basic words.
And Ophi is nothing if not, dedicated and studious. Is there roles that need to have? Do I need to roll to learn to do a magic?
I don't think so. It just says I spin my camp activity, choose one ally, choose a single spell, and before the next rest, the target may perform the spell action. You have to use all the stuff. So, this could be a nightly thing. It could be a very cute, every camp activity is let's practice. So that way you'll have to do it. We have to spend the time working on it for you to be able to cast it.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a little Wusa focus in moment magic transfer, kind of.
That's very cute. This is I think Ophi is very excited to learn, especially because it is something that, she's not good at magic, yes, but healing specifically, even her potions can do it a little bit, but people seem a little off put by her potions. Dron called it a war crime. I don't.
Where do the components come from? They just kind of come from your body.
Isn't that what magic is, Hoop? Is that any different from how you cast your magic?
She's right.
Thank you.
Absolutely correct. fight for your magic, Afi.
Magic comes from within. Sometimes the magic is, physical,
Bodily
chemical
liquid.
components. Yeah,
It's all magical.
We can't all be sparkles, Hoop. Sometimes it's corrosive liquids, okay?
I would love, there is some sort of version of this conversation happening during our, thing where you're talking about your war crime potions. I'm just like, do this.
Yeah, no, this is better. The last time I tried to heal people, or I tried to do my potions, John called it a war crime. Just, very casually. Mm-hmm.
Is that why you are wanted by many countries?
Shockingly, I don't think anyone wants me for that. Is that a problem?
No.
The wanted, or the war crimes?
No. I am also wanted, and part of my job was war crime. So.
Then I guess you will fit in with us.
This seems like something that we might need to practice, so maybe
Yes.
work on this tomorrow as well.
By all means.
That was a thing you can only say in TTRPGs.
You do war crimes, you'll get along great with us.
No, you're accused of war crimes.
True.
Allegedly.
True. Allegedly.
Alright, so mechanically that means that Ophi, you can now cast that spell.
I believe that is just the heal spell?
Yep.
Sick. I will find that.
Well, for a camp activity, I think the captains are actually going to do something.
Ooh.
Those of you that would come above deck, throughout the day would see that the twins are actively... It's almost like they've started construction. Like they're working to expand out the platform where the wheel sits. And it's very odd because as they expand out this platform, it seems like the ship underneath kind of expands out with it. You'd hear them arguing. No, you can't just put that there. Do you not understand aerodynamics at all? No, see, if you have things that are blocking the airflow, then it slows us down. We can't outrun things that are trying to shoot us and send us to the bottom of the ocean. How many times I have to explain how to properly... And you know what? Looking over it, whichever of you happens to be above deck, doesn't matter. We'll solve it later. And unless any of you want to come say hello, they would kind of just work around you for the next few days. Anyone else have any camp activities you'd like to do?
Cadence, I think, is doing kind of two of them at once. She's doing her martial practice as per usual, running through forms, but her mind isn't completely on it. She's also daydreaming a lot, as she often does, about a certain sea folk who laughed suddenly after kissing her. I wonder who that was. Yeah, so she's going through the forms with Starlight kind of dancing across the deck of the ship while her mind is elsewhere.
Well, funny thing about Starlight, I was gonna wait to do this, but you brought it up, so one of the evenings where you are just sitting out, staring up at the stars, Starlight on your hip, you have kind of gotten used to the fact that Starlight is almost this void of heat. It's kind of just a nothing. When other people get near it, or dare say grab onto the hilts, it will actively start drawing heat from them. In that moment, you are starting to feel that. You're starting to feel the heat just kind of being pulled into it, getting colder and colder. Something that you haven't experienced since you first mastered this sword. What would you like to do?
That is strange. I think she continues to hold it, kind of grips it hard, waiting to see if it stops or if it continues. Does she know? Would Cadence know anything about why it does this? Or why it stopped doing it for her?
It has not done this since you've had it. You assumed that you just had gotten used to it.
Unsettling. Yeah, Cadence, I think, will kind of pause in her form and is holding it, kind of turning it back and forth to see if anything looks different.
There's a flash of light. You're still staring down at it, but you aren't aboard the deck of the ship. You're just kind of nowhere. You can still see the stars above you, but they are much, much closer than they were.
Well, if I look around, do I see anything?
You want to make the first roll of the game?
Sure.
Let's go Insight Willpower.
Okay. Not great. That's a 6. I think.
Oh no!
Am I
Oh,
back?
no.
I think I'm back.
Let me fix you on the overlay.
Sorry about that.
Nice.
That is a 6. Not great. I think I'm going to spend a Fabula point.
We did get a hero point from chat. Well, we
Okay.
did got 2, but one is specifically for Ovi.
Are people okay if I use that hero point? I also have Fabula points. I mean, I don't have to use it. Nobody seems opposed. I'll use the hero point.
Okay, reroll it.
First roll was a 6. Second roll a 5.
Oh no.
It's gonna be a fun night tonight, I see, for Cadence.
Nice telling story.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that is what it is.
Your camera does not want to cooperate, but hopefully it decides to come back.
I may need to refresh.
As you are staring down and then kind of looking around for any sign of what might be around you, what may have caused this, you'd hear voices. What first just sounds like 4 or 5 sets of voices calling out to you, male and female. Some sound young, some sound old. They're joined by another 8, 9 voices, 10 voices, until it's just this deafening cacophony of voices. Ignore the fact that I'm pulling out some dice.
Cadence, I think, is spinning around, sword out in front of her, trying to see where these voices are coming from.
What is your magic defense?
I love when you ask me that, Hoop. Fills me with so much confidence. 11.
11. Oh, no problem. There's just a pulse. These voices continue to shout now. It's like they are standing over top of you, shouting down at you. But the more you sit, the more you focus, the more that you're starting to be able to kind of sift through them. And there's one or two that occasionally kind of sound familiar. Like you may have heard your great-great-aunt at one point, or it's like your second cousin. It sounds like your relatives, just all at one time, just shouting down at you.
Can I make out what any of them are saying?
I'd give you another insight willpower roll.
It's gotta get better.
Has to.
Can't go much lower. Much better. I can do math. That's a 13.
Yeah. The more you focus, the more you can drown out certain voices, just kind of picking them apart. That deafening sound lowers. And it starts to become more manageable. And by the time you're picking out specific voices, you can hear that some of them are calling out, asking why, asking for what reason would you wield a blade that was not built for you? Others accusing you of thievery, others defending you, saying that no, Cadence is the rightful wielder of this blade.
Listening to all of this, I think Cadence feels maybe a little offended, maybe a little defiant at those saying that she shouldn't have this blade. It was given to her. She's wielded it for a number of years at this point. I think kind of planting her feet and lowering the sword a little bit. Just kind of looking up at these stars since these voices are coming from nowhere. Why would it not be my sword? Why would you challenge that?
The voices stop. There are stars that flare a little. And now singular voices are finally addressing you instead of talking about you. A very deep, very angry voice. You are not the eldest in this family. It is not yours to carry.
I am the eldest who knows how to use it.
Does not matter. Another voice, one that almost sounds a little familiar, maybe a voice you'd remember from when you were very young. It does not. You are so obtuse. It is not determined by age, the rightful wielder. It's determined by who has the warrior heart. You know this. Others start chiming in again and again, some absolutely screaming in defiance, some continuing that accusation that you are a thief, others trying to defend you. The cacophony is starting to build again. Anything you'd like to do? As you know,
This is some Sprout level stuff. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay.
The camera's not cooperating, but we can hear you.
Okay. I apologize. Video Ninja does not like me this week. Yeah, this is some Sprout level nonsense. Does not understand what is going on. But kind of squaring her shoulders. For those of you who don't believe in me, what can I do to prove it? This is my sword. I need to keep it. I need to use it.
That one star flares again, this time bright enough to have to shield your eyes for a moment. And then you are seeing a figure. Looks like they're pure starlight. Just kind of that came cascading down into this space. The first light in this void you've been standing in. A tall figure. Absolutely built to be a warrior. Just stares down at you. Return it.
To who?
To its rightful owners. If you and your sister turned our family name into a mockery and exiled, do you feel you still deserve to carry a blade forged for our family? You have done nothing but drag our name through the mud.
We've done everything to protect it. There are greater things at work. We haven't done anything to disrespect our name.
There's no speaking to you. You'd see other stars starting to light up, more figures dropping down, beams of pure starlight. One that you would recognize. An ant. One that you have not met since you were so very young. But she would step in between the two of you, staring up at this figure. Don't you dare speak to her like that. Others are kind of pulling in around you. Some moving to almost try to grab the blade from you, others standing in defiance, forming this circle around you. Again, that shouting commences. An endless argument between what seems like ghostly spirits.
Even with her heart pounding in her chest, I think Cadence plants her feet and doesn't back down. Stands here amidst all of it, trying to listen to what they're saying, trying to make sense of what this is, what she can do to fix this, because obviously something is broken. The starlight is starting to affect her as well.
There'd be a point where a hand would reach through, grabbing onto the blade itself, and start try to pull it from your hands. Would you roll strength and strength for me?
Oh no. Not my worst stat. Who?
That is a
double of my worst stat.
16 for me.
Huh?
That's a 16 for me.
I'm rolling 2d6. I can't come anywhere near that.
You can crit.
That's a 10, which is pretty good for 2d6.
It really is. It's not going to hit the 16 unless you want to spend a Fabula point to reroll it.
I will.
What are
You
you
roll
drawing
one or
on?
both? I am drawing on to invoke a trait. What falls under the traits again? Identity, theme, and
Origin.
origin. Um, Cadence is gonna pull on her theme, I think, of guilt. There's a lot that she's carrying at the moment, and she feels like she has failed. There's part of her that feels like she has failed.
Yeah.
But she wants to fix it. She wants to prove that that isn't her. That doesn't have to be the end of her story. Like as it
Um,
starts to slip out of her hand, I will
I will give you an extra d6.
just take the highest of
No,
the two.
roll
Or-
3d6.
You are very kind, GM.
I mean, you picked the right theme to re-roll on.
Awesome. So with that, that's a 6, 6, and a 5.
That's a 17 if I can math properly.
Yep.
The blade does start to slip for just a moment before your both hands reach out, grab, and pull it back to you. You are playing this tug of war. And you can feel that the blade is starting to physically pull apart. Half of it, the bright future, the light, the power that bathed this family, that helped get them to where they were. The other, the shadows, the things that you do that you can never speak of, your duty to this family and to the city that you've now been exiled from. The two being pulled apart. If you do nothing, they will be separated.
What does that mean? I don't
You
know
are
if Cadence
choosing at the moment between duty or family. Unless you can find a way to keep it intact.
Yeah. Family of the sister she still wants to protect.
Mhm.
The friend she still wants to protect, or duty to a city that has essentially chased her away.
Yep.
It's going to choose family.
Holding on to the hilt, it, for the first time ever, starts to get warm. There are hands that reach out to grab onto your own, just cementing your grip around it. And the blade snaps. Half of it is pulled off into the nothingness. Those spirits that were so furious at you, disappearing along with it. Those that were by your side still stand there, hands on the hilt with you. Don't listen to them. You are not only deserving of this blade, but you are the only one left that should carry it.
Thank you. It's broken though.
There's nothing broken that can't be fixed. Let us help you.
Right. What do I do?
Their hands, still on the blade itself, start to glow again, warm, for a blade that has always been perfectly cold, perfectly a void. It gets warm. And then, just like that, you're back aboard the ship, swaying very softly amongst the waves.
Cadence's first thought is that she had so many more questions. We hope she gets a chance to ask those again, but glancing down at Starlight, does it look different?
I mean, you have like, do you have an actual holster, or is it just more of like a loop that the blade itself sits in?
Ooh, no, I think it goes in a sheath.
Okay. Yeah, while it's in the sheath, it looks fine.
I will draw it.
Draw it out. About halfway, it just kind of falls out of the sheath as about 2/3 of the blade itself is missing.
Oh, that's a lot of blade that's missing. Okay. I think her stomach drops, looking down at it. This blade has been with her for a little while. She's done a lot with this blade, both good and bad. But it was a gift from her sister, and there's a bit of sadness seeing it broken. And I think she takes a deep breath and goes to find Ophi.
Ophi, who does not sleep, does not require it. Where'd you be?
Ophi is probably, because is this at nighttime?
Oh yeah,
This is happening?
middle
Yeah?
of the night.
Middle of the night? Okay. So I think... Oh, and we're back on the twins ship, yeah.
Mhm.
So Ophi's probably down by the forge, because at this hour, that's probably where the most consistent light source is. So
Plus,
Ophi is
good conversation.
Yeah, exactly. And with the only other person who might be awake, or who shouldn't be asleep. And I think Ophi is probably doing her downtime action, which is trying to fix shit. So, spending that downtime over by the forge to try to fix the communicator, try to, make sure that there's nothing on her person that needs, tuning up or fixing. So yeah, she's probably down there chattering with, who is it, Baelier?
Baylor, yeah, the fire elemental.
Yeah, so she's probably down there chattering with Baelier, and just elbows deep in the forge as always.
Don't tell anyone I told you this, but the captains, they're going to be expanding the ship, and they're going to give me a bigger forge to sit in.
As they should.
Well, I've never really needed it. I don't really take up space. I can be very small or very large, depending.
The thing that I have learned recently is that sometimes making you happy is enough to be necessary. If you want space, you should have it. You do a lot of work for this ship. It would give you more space to do that.
I don't know what would make me happy. Now hearing the footsteps of Cadence coming down below deck.
It is a difficult question. I'll let you know when I find out. If you
Thanks. Let me know. Yeah, I'll do some soul searching. Take care of company.
Maybe this is your room.
This is my room in here. Everything out there, no, that's... Oh boy.
Well, they have to come through here to get into the forge.
Cadence kind of steps into the door frame and leans against it. Ophi, I was hoping I could talk with you.
Yes, of course. Is it morning already?
Not yet, but something has come up that I need some help with.
Of course. Any hot metal set down.
One hand still glowing, just white hot.
Yeah, just like, I will keep that over here. Should we go up deck?
That's up to you. I wanted to check in first how you were doing.
I am doing well. This is a lie. You can see that on her face. She is not a good liar yet.
Mm-hmm. Cadence hesitates for a moment, and is going to let Ophi lie. That is what Ophi feels like they need to do at the moment. Because she understands that. Kind of steps forward and draws Starlight out of the sheath again. Just holds the broken blade up in front of her. I was hoping maybe you could help me with this.
I think there's a moment where, Ophi will reach for it and then kind of remembers the one hand and doesn't reach with that hand, just sort of like goes to sort of ask for it. Is the part of the blade that is broken, do you still have it, or is it straight up okay, all right.
It's gone.
This will not be easy. This is not a normal sword.
It's not. It's far more special than I realized that it was. I don't think it can be what it was anymore.
I don't think I can make it what it was, at least.
And that's okay. I need your help making something new, if you're willing to do that.
Of course I am. If you are all right with what it can be now. How did this happen, Miss Cadence?
It's complicated. This sword has been a symbol of a lot of things. I think it's good for it to become something else.
Well, I can see what I can do. But I will need your help. I want to make something that you can still wield, yes?
Yeah, as long as it's similar, it shouldn't be an issue. I'm trained fairly well in most weapons. But
I would believe that.
make it into something you think that represents me now. It's time for a change.
As you wish. And I think Ophi will sort of, as the one hand sort of cools down a bit, sort of set the what remains of the blade out, and just sort of like, you can see the math happening, right? Of like, okay, about how much metal am I going to need? Messing with the blade as it exists. Can I attach it here? Do I need to take whatever remains out? Doing the sort of like actual, like, I don't know, forging sort of science behind the eyes. And I think,
I'm going to give you creative reign on what this looks like. Cadence helps where she can. She knows how to use weapons very well. Does not know how to make them. Does not know anything about forging. Especially magical weapons.
I think we have the exact opposite expertise here. Because I think Ophi has read a million books on the history and, making of and properties of. Ophi doesn't know how to wield a sword. Ophi can barely wield a sword when it is attached to her body.
Yeah, Cadence, though, her part in this, I think, is talking Ophi through the nuances of how she fights. Yes. Her own weaknesses, what she's trying to cover, her own strengths, those sorts of things.
Yeah, I think that is exactly what Ophi would need from her. And I think at some point, even as it's sort of devolving into like actually like, I don't know, like sketching out, for lack of a better word, like sizing up like what the blade would look like and deciding on actual specifics. I think that sort of conversation of fighting skills and things like that sort of devolves into, okay, but what does it need to mean as well? Because Ophi knows Cadence now. Ophi has not known Cadence very long. So I don't think that it has enough frame of reference to know what needs changing because it doesn't know what it used to mean.
Right.
But I guess that also makes Ophi unbiased. So I think there are some questions there. If Cadence wants to leave them alone, that's okay. But there are questions about, like, like obviously Cadence is not a non-lethal fighter. Things like that. Is that something that needs to change? Like asking questions that sort of peek at the, okay, but what does this mean now? This is a family heirloom, it seems like. Is this like from the Gar, like from the Osprey? Like, where did it come from? What does it need to no longer be attached to that? Sort of poking at those sort of questions.
Yeah, that one specifically. Cadence hesitates for a moment. It is a family heirloom, but the meaning it carries, not just in Priya's shape, but in a lot of other places as well, is one of warning and one of death. I don't want to be tied to that anymore. No more than I have to be.
What do you want to tie yourself to now, Miss Cadence?
I don't know. Without all of that, I don't know what my place is in any of this anymore.
I don't think you have to have just one. But you do have one with us. If that is all right.
Yeah. I need something. I need to protect you all. I need to get us through this, and I need something that will help me do that.
If I may be so bold, I think you also need something with potential. Tying yourself to a single thing seems to have caused problem.
I don't know any other way to live, though.
So we learn. And if I may, with this sort of conversation of, potential and for lack of anything else, found family, etc. I think Ophi goes and gets something from behind the forge. Because it's something that she's kept around because it could be useful, but hasn't really had an understanding of how to use it yet. Because the last time that Ophi tried to fix herself up, a lot of that arm was missing, and a lot of that arm that was still there was unsalvageable.
Mm-hmm.
But it is quality materials. And Zariel fixed it, and I imagine Zariel had to take a lot off to fix what was still there.
Yep.
So there is still a hunk of that very, malleable, what used to be inside of Ophi's arm behind there. And it is quality materials. It has lasted Ophi, 20 years at least.
Who said it was mostly platinum?
Yeah. And so I think Ophi goes and gets what to anyone else would be just a long hunk of metal, But I think Cadence has seen what that used to look like, and Cadence would probably recognize it. And there is hesitation there because this is her blade. And Ophi does not want to take away from that by adding so much of, something that is hers and not Cadence's. But she just brings it out. And do you think this type of material would work?
I honestly have no idea. I don't know the first thing about forging any type of metal.
I'm less concerned about the type of metal that it is, and more concerned about where it comes from.
See it more as a sign of our bond, I think, if you're okay with that.
I think it would suit at least one of your ties well. You are a great protector, Cadence.
I appreciate that. I've been told otherwise lately, so...
Well...
It means a lot coming from you.
Everyone else cannot be correct all of the time. They will learn. Just like you will.
Okay, where do you need me? What can I do to help? I can give you tools.
Yes, I think a set of hands that are not red hot would be useful.
I can fulfill that.
Okay. Good. Tools are there. And elbows deep in the forge again. Let's make a sword, guys.
Yeah, let's make a sword. You do have the camp activity that you can repair things.
I do.
The interesting thing is that in repairing this sword, it has gained a new property. It has the transforming property now. Because as you are forging away, there's times where it seems malleable, like where it shouldn't be. But at the same time, it is still steady and a perfect blade. And as Ophi is hammering away, trying to forge the rest of this rapier, you would get insight. Not quite a vision, but insight as to people that have wielded this before. Yes, I might have an entire list of Cadence's ancestors here in front of me. From Sir Eric, an intrepid explorer who traveled to distant lands and brought back exotic treasures and knowledge. A longbow on his back. From Lady Isolde, a master of enchantment, knowledge and talent in a field completely unparalleled, wielding a staff. Sir Thaladir, an absolutely fierce, unstoppable warrior, but secret poet in his downtime, wielding a sword and shield. Whatever form you want this weapon to take, your ancestor comes right along with it.
Interesting.
It doesn't have to be a decision you make right now, but I'm gonna let you sit on that.
And this will be a permanent decision?
Yeah. It is a transforming weapon. 2 of your ancestors are coming along for the ride.
So it goes between 2 forms?
Between 2 forms. It can stay a sword, but I leave that up to you.
Interesting. Can you send me that list?
Yes, I'll send it to you when we go to break.
Awesome, thank you.
Anyways, This music needs to be changed to what's this one? If it decides to play. Ooh, no. No. That's the one. As our journey goes on, the two of you spending your evenings down forging the blade, the captain's going about expanding the ship. I mean, after a few days, you'd clearly see that they are adding a kitchen down below. It was more than time. There be an evening, Cadence, where a little seashell, a little trinket that you had been given by a certain sea folk, would start vibrating.
Didn't know it did that.
It's actually a pager.
That's my fault.
So you know.
I should be careful with what I say. That's on me.
It's been a pager this whole time.
Been a pager this whole time. Sorry. Should have told you. They gave it to you.
I really wish Echo would have mentioned that.
But no, I'm pulling out to take a look. It is just a little seashell trinket. Staring at it for a few moments, that vibration would cease, and you'd see it start to glow. Just turning around with it, there's certain directions, or a certain direction you can face that it seems to glow the brightest. Everywhere else it dims.
Is there more ship in that direction, or
It's
is it,
open
like,
water
right
in
at the
that
railing?
direction.
Interesting. Cadence will quickly walk over to the railing, kind of leaning up against it, looking down into the water.
Esme shouts out from behind the captain's wheel. "Do you see something down there?"
I'm not sure, honestly. Just a hunch. Do you see anything from up there?
It's just water.
Right. Nothing to worry about then. And Cadence will just kind of lean against the railing, looking out at the water.
It's always something to
Not
worry
really sure
about.
what to do.
It seems like the more you travel, the light itself seems to get bright, kind of about 20-ish or so degrees, kind of off the course that you're headed. But as you're
It's
going,
also a
it seems to be
GPS.
moving. Like, yes, as if it were a GPS.
Moving to, like,
Like,
to
it's
intercept the ship, or do I need to get the ship to turn?
like you would need to get the ship to turn.
Okay. Yeah, realizing that, Cadence will turn and not run, but almost run up towards where Esme is, and hold the shell out. Whatever. This is telling us 20 degrees off our
It's-
course.
It's telling you. Do you talk to the shells a lot?
It's magic, I guess. I don't know. It's never done this before.
Right.
Let's follow it.
Hey, in your defense, we've seen a lot of weird things since we met you, and you have yet to let us down, so follow the magic shell, I suppose. Should slowly just start turning the wheel. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that you were the craziest bunch of folks that I'd ever come across. But honestly, I'm happy to have you here. You've made this life sure an exciting one.
Well, that's the point of being on the ocean, isn't it?
That and to run away from every possible authority that could ever lock you away in prison for the rest of your life.
Well, if this turns out to be an authority like that, then I promise I will help you get away.
I believe you. Yeah, she'll start heading off that direction.
If there is a spyglass available,
Yes, absolutely there is.
Cadence will have that in hand, looking in that direction.
You wouldn't see anything for the rest of that day, or through the night, but from the following morning, staring out through that spyglass, you would see the first signs of land. Which makes no sense, because you were out in the middle of the ocean. There is no documented island or landmass here, but yet you are seeing trees, you are seeing birds, you're seeing ships. This is an inhabited island.
Who's captain at the moment? Who's driving the ship?
Probably the following day would be Gregory.
Gregory. Glancing at him. Should there be an island here?
Island? Where?
So just hold out the spyglass and point. Right there. The ships, the birds, the land.
Well, fuck me. There is an island there. No, there shouldn't.
Great. That is where the shell is telling us to go.
Right. Magic show that you talked my sister into following. Not that I don't believe you. It's just
Yeah.
you must understand how weird this sounds.
No, I understand. The magic shell that has never done this before is telling us to go to an island that does not exist.
But
Yeah.
we press on.
I will make sure everyone else is ready, just in case this is another fight.
Oh, I hope not. Just got done repairing from the last one. Yep. Beckett, we ball. Enola, Ophi, whoever the two of you are, you'd probably catch bits of this conversation. As Tavos, our Cyclops companion, is still just hunched down below deck. Seems to just, have the door open to, the supply room, and is just trying to stare in, trying to count supplies and do very simple math. He seems to get confused every minute or so and starts over. But
Lean over to Ophi before we get close. Why do we have a magic mapping seashell? Are you muted?
Ophi?
Oh, yeah, muted. Oh no!
The Sea Witch has taken Ophi's voice.
How about now?
Yeah!
Yeah, my mic is throwing a fit. It's fine. I think Ovi just sort of does the mirrors it, leans in the same way. It's just like, oh, I do not know.
Oh. As long as we're on the same page.
Definitely not the weirdest thing that has happened, and not the strangest thing that has led us to something important.
Interesting.
The closer we get, the more details you're making. And you can see parts of the city, just long docks that extend out. And parts of this island that are partially submerged seem to be like coral farms. The boats that are out fishing or just doing sailing Some of them seem to have noticed you and have stopped, seem to be just waiting for you. And then, everyone aboard the upper deck would see something very unusual. From one side of the island, you see movement, like little bits just kind of start breaking off and falling off into the water, and you see something lifting up out. Hard to tell what it is until it gets about halfway up, and you can see that it is a turtle head. Enormous in size, lifting itself up and slowly looking around. Before starting its plummet back down under the water.
Poop. Is it possible
Mm-hmm.
for Echo to be on top of that turtle head?
I love that so much.
Thank you.
Well,
Is this one of the we've seen before?
No. This is one of those uncharted creatures that just
Nice.
rumored to probably exist, but Echo, from your vantage
Yes.
point, many, many, many feet up in the air, you would have a beautiful view of the ocean, landscape, the sky. It is also beautiful, and a ship.
I recognize this ship. I know this ship.
Absolutely, you do.
Awesome. Before I look at the ship, I am just sort of like, I'm tiny compared to this massive, massive head, but I'm petting the turtle head and just sort of like leaning over the eyes when I wanted to talk to him. I don't even know if the turtle.
For perspective, you could stand like on the cusp of the eyelid and probably be about the size of like the iris of the eye.
Awesome. That's great. And I would just like, I don't know if the turtle can hear me, but that's never really stopped Echo from talking to anybody. Anyway, so Echo is like, "How are you feeling, buddy? Have you traveled lately? Are you doing well? That's a good boy." Not really knowing whether this turtle is a boy or not. And then Echo looks out and sees the ship and recognizes it and just sort of whispers, "Shit. That's good and not good." And then just sort of like hugs the turtle head. But
you,
like
specifically, being a sea folk, being as attuned with the water as you are, would know that this turtle is not doing good. It is very lethargic. It seems to just kind of want to sit there. Has been content with just dunking the head under the water for weeks at a time. Hasn't moved in a while, which is very unusual for this creature.
Okay. So I'm going to sort of like restate my statement and be like, that's why we're here. We're trying to figure out what's wrong. It's okay. I'm sure we'll find a way. And then pat, pat, pat. Whether, just like patting the head. And then Echo, they jump down to see, to sort of like look at their bodyguards that is right next to them. Is like frowning at them. Is just like, "Are you guys still here?"
We cannot leave your side, no matter how many times you ask us to.
What if we play a game of hide and seek where I hide and you seek? Would that work out? As someone you should follow, you should listen to exactly what I say.
We cannot leave your side. I do apologize.
What if you hide and I seek?
Please, we are just trying to do our sworn duty.
You said duty. All right, let's keep going. Let's go look for the leader and try to see what's going on here. It's good to be out, I guess, at least. Echo.
So are you going out to meet your incoming companions, or are you waiting for them to dock?
I'm going to go look for the leader of the island. I am trying my best to not see my friends yet, because I'm pretty sure the way I left was not a good thing.
Some might say that.
So
other people would be wrong.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna go walk away. I don't know if they even saw me, but I'm gonna assume that they didn't.
Well, you do know that this city is called Tortarska. Literally meaning refugee turtle.
Aw, I love him already.
The city is run by a governing body called the Council of Tides, with the leaders being Ilaria, Ocean Weaver, the Elder Sage, and the council representative, which is whoever happens to be elected at that point.
Am I able to meet any one of them?
Yeah, you could absolutely schedule a meeting with Talaria.
I would like to schedule a meeting with Talaria as a diplomat. That's what we're going for, a diplomat on this island.
Of course. Well, while you are scheduling your meeting, we'll jump back to the other people. Your boat is brought in, the shipping vessels all part way, all waving at you, and you are seeing a mixture of human-looking people, of sea folk, of plant people, of people that look like they might be entirely made of like sentient coral, but they just wave as your ship is brought in to dock.
Seems far safer than the last place, at least.
I hope you don't mind this, but we're not stepping foot on that island. We'll have your escape boat all prepped and ready for whatever this is.
That seems prudent after, well, most things that have happened to us recently.
Yeah. Good luck, though. We're rooting for you.
Why do we need luck? Is something... Are we expecting something bad?
To be honest, since I've met you, I've kind of always just expected bad things to happen. We'll be
Never
here.
hurts to be prepared for the worst.
It wouldn't take long before a handful of representatives would start crowding the dock a little, all murmuring, staring up at your ship.
He just sort of leans over to Cadence. What are we doing here?
Oh, Echo left me this shell, and it started glowing. And it pointed us here. Don't know why. I'm hoping maybe they're here.
Either way, it would be interesting. Yes?
It will indeed. This was not what I expected.
How could you? Just still like waving to everybody, just enraptured. There's so many cool kinds of people here.
I think Anola's like gathered the shadows more around her. This is the first time since running from the law that they are in some sort of civilization. So it's just like hood up in the shadows of the boats.
What would you all like to do?
As with all things, I am following Miss Cadence.
The representatives, are they boarding the
No,
ship, or are
they're
they
waiting
waiting
for
for us to
you.
come off? Hope this isn't another cursed place like the last place we found.
They at least look happier.
Yeah. I think we should talk with them, see what's going on here.
I'd be
Would you like
interested
me
in maybe. Oh, you first.
Would you like me to go down and make sure that it is not a trap? I can always fly back up.
No, if we go down, we should all do it together just in case. Easier to fight our way out.
I was gonna say I would be interested in finding some sort of records town hall situation if we think this is not hostile. I'd like to check against maybe me checking in here at some point in time in the past.
I'm sure that we can ask, at least.
Not in the heat of combat, that's for sure.
Well, yeah.
Let's hope it doesn't get to that.
All right. So who's climbing off first?
I guess me.
Aiden's walking down the little gangplank as it's been lowered to the surprised but happy faces. You see one that is kind of like stepping forward above or in front of the others. And human-ish looking individual, but you do see like webbing between the fingers, a very light indication of gills, like maybe look like a half sea folk. Please don't take this the wrong way or anything, but and we are happy that you are here. We of course always happy to have visitors, but how did you find our island? People should not be able to, well, find us. Unless that has to do with the sickness. I guess the magic could be failing. That's a whole new trouble for us to worry about.
We were led here by magic, I guess.
Oh, well, that's much less concerning. But welcome then. I am Lyriel Tidebinder. I am the sea speaker at the moment. Position that belonged to my mother and her mother, but anyways, welcome to Tortarska.
Thank you. I'm Cadence. These are my companions. And it doesn't give a name because it doesn't know if they want their actual names to be used.
Doesn't seem concerned about names.
My shadow just nods. Little shadowy form. I'm like,
Well, if you'd like, we can bring you into the city, show you around. Like I said, we are happy to have guests. It was just unexpected timing, is all.
Is everything... What is a sickness? Should we be concerned for contagions?
No, nothing like that. It's nothing that any of us have or could give to you. The island is sick. And we don't know why. But that's nothing for you to worry about. Perhaps we should take you to Talaria. She might know more.
The object that led us here, it belonged to a friend of ours. A sea person by the name of Echo.
Echo, did you give them your name?
Yes, also my title.
Oh, that makes so much more sense. Yes, of course. A dignitary would not travel by themselves. That makes so. You must have just been a little behind, but it's fine. I do believe that they're already scheduled to have a meeting with the Elder Sage. So if we hurry, we can probably catch them. They turn and just kind of like marching through the crowd as everyone is just parting to let her pass and then let all of you pass.
Advantageous timing.
Sort of a side eye at Cadence.
Seems so. Cadence gives a questioning look to Ophi.
Did they say dignitary?
A cover story for Echo, I'm sure. I'm not sure what they're up to here, but
Should we have a cover story?
Always.
Always.
I think just not telling people the extent of our issues is cover enough.
Maybe not
Makes
your
sense.
real name. You're the most notable of all of us. I guess maybe
Oh.
not your last name. Not you, Ophi. Sorry. It's hard to direct at people in video call. Cadence.
My name is not that uncommon. I agree, which is why I did not give my surname.
Should we have the hoods?
Always. But it's more of a fashion choice for me.
Sophie just buttons up its shirt a little bit. Cover the metal.
Then we press on. You'd pass by the aforementioned coral gardens, where you'd see people currently in the act of harvesting their sustainable food source, all kind of staring at you, but waving. Not exactly unfriendly towards visitors, but there's some questioning as to why you're here. You'd also pass by a gleaming bazaar, a bustling marketplace, all with various, like, enormous shells, kind of as their different stalls, selling everything from food dishes to crystals to, it looks like, different kinds of minerals. And you'd see near the base of, which you can only assume is the home of the Council of Tides, a one singular shell spire that just goes up a good 50, 60 feet with balconies and windows and tapestries and ornamentation adorning the entirety of the thing. But sitting there at the base in front of the entrance, you'd see a welcome sight for any adventuring party. Get in. The Dragon's Breath Inn. Which, of course, your guide moves right past, making no mention of any of this, more talking to herself than anything. Just, no, that doesn't make any sense, but, we tried that. But what if it was... No, that wouldn't make sense either. But stepping into the shell, you'd hear every footstep between all of you, between your guide, between the various folk that are working within this shell. Everything echoes in this enormous structure. Even whispered conversations echo way more than you would have intended them to. And you can hear the voice of Echo speaking with
Go echoing.
some Echo is echoing. Yep, sure is. speaking with a much older figure, kind of propped up in what would almost be like a throne, staff in hand, kind of just staring and nodding and listening to everything Echo is saying.
Echo is wearing the most extravagant cape you've ever seen. It has a lot of different embroideries of underwater creatures on the cape, and then you can see at the it looks like a giant S at the back of it. It's like Superman but fancier. But yeah, that is what Echo is wearing. Echo has not seen you. All doesn't realize that you are behind them, and you can see that they're flanked by two very muscular fish folk. And the way you've never seen Echo like this. You've never seen Echo talk like this. Echo is speaking in such like formal language that you've never heard Echo speak in. I can't replicate it because I'm not Echo, but that's what you imagine, basically.
Hearing that, seeing Echo like this, I think is the thing that keeps Cadence from running forward. Why she stays back with the group quietly. Just not entirely sure what to make of this.
Well, yeah, Echo, mid-explanation, mid-conversation with the Elder. You would hear footsteps, but, I mean, everything echoes in this place. You've heard every single set of footsteps, so it's not anything new. But the Elder would hold up a hand and gesture behind you. We have company. Please, approach.
Echo will turn and see Cadence, and it's one of those shoujo moments, if y'all watch anime, where it's just like eye contact, and then it feels like everything slows down for Echo. Like Cadence movements are slower, and if you could read Echo's mind, it's just, oh my god, it's Cadence. Oh my god, it's Cadence. Oh no, oh my god, it's Cadence. That's pretty much. But Echo on the outside is like, cool, chill. I'm here on official business. I'm not. But in their mind, it's just, oh my god, it's Cadence. Oh my god, she's here. Oh my. Anyway, yes.
Cadence her face is very passive. But you can tell in her eyes, she's studying this moment, trying to figure out what your play is here and what she's supposed to do in it.
Echo bows. Because that's the only thing they know how to do right now. So they bow in the most I don't know, very elegant way. But they don't know what else to do, so they bow and says, my lovely friends, welcome to this island that I am visiting. Hello. I am glad you are here.
It's good to see you again.
Yes! It has been many moons since we have seen each other, and it is beautiful to see you again.
I lean over to Ophi again. Why do they look so uncomfortable? Both of them.
Oh, I'll tell you about that later. Not the time.
Bow.
Yeah, Ophi's got the classic like royal aid sort of vibe about them. Like the hands are clasped in front, they do the little bow, like very unimportant person here.
Please, come forward.
We do that.
You're all brought up to kind of this platform. The elder gestures towards some of the staff nearby. If we could have just a little privacy, please. See people just slowly just kind of escorted out from the spire. There is no need for this pretense. Please speak plainly.
As you know, my people are here, and in this situation, Echo changes, but this is more natural. As you know, my people are here to provide assistance with what's happening. I just need to know when, how it started, and that way I can try to fix the situation.
You no doubt have already seen that our island is not well. Something has created a sickness. I have talked to the island, I have listened, but it does not speak to us anymore.
Do you know when it started?
One lunar cycle ago, around that time, we had visitors, not unlike yourselves. They claimed to be explorers. We welcomed them. It was after they left, the island started to grow sick.
Do you remember anything strange? Like the island being fed something planted on the island by these adventurers, these explorers?
I don't think so, but I don't... We should have kept closer eyes on them, I know. But there were so many, and they were so... They seemed so friendly.
How many?
Dozens, at least.
It's
They
not
left
your
in
fault.
such a hurry that we thought we'd done something to offend or scare them, but then the island started to fall ill and... Well,
It isn't your fault. You couldn't have known.
you are very kind, but this island and its people are my responsibility.
I made a vow to my people, and our people are indebted to yours. Therefore, I will make sure to do everything I can to find out what happened and to fix this.
Thank you. And you, I have seen your coming, though I know not why you're here. I am still grateful.
These are my friends. They are not like those other adventurers that you may have met.
For our sake, I hope not. If there's any
You
assistance,
have my word.
if there's any assistance that we can offer you, do not hesitate to ask.
Of course.
I have a question.
Yes.
Do you have any sort of healers on the island. Have you tried any sort of basic healing or cleansing at larger scales?
Sitting up from her chair, you'd see the seaweed-like hair just kind of come spilling down to the floor. Skin that is very white, very grayed. But the more that she stands, you can see that she is quite tall. A little over 7 feet. Very thin limbs, very gaunt in general, but you'd see fins like on the backs of the arms, you'd see signs of gills around the neck, or where there used to be gills. There's still like markings, but the gills have since closed, telling you that she is now permanently in air breathing. She cannot go back underwater. But she'd stroll over kind of the edge of that spire, where you see shelves full of tomes and books and journals and papers, and just kind of gesture towards shelf after shelf. Here is every bit of healing knowledge we have, everything we've learned from this island. Nothing has worked.
Do you mind if I look through these while you chat?
They are yours.
Enola just separates herself from the situation because clearly there's something else that they have no knowledge or involvement in, so they're just gonna read some books.
Hey, Ophi, you want to look at these books with me for no reason?
The way I was thinking about that, because that's pretty Ophi to go look at books. That's fairly Ophi activity. I do think Ophi would sort of follow, eyes would follow Enola walking away, and then just sort of look to Cadence. Like, do you want me to leave you alone? Sort of look.
I don't know if Cadence notices the look. She's just staring at Echo, still trying to figure out what is going on.
Nothing is going on. I am completely normal.
I think Ophi does a little hand on the arm, and then goes to follow Enola.
We'll leave you to it.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely going with Enola now.
And the staff will come called back in. They are at your beck and call should you need anything, but otherwise, you are free to investigate. Or, have an awkward conversation about someone that may have kissed someone else and then left immediately.
These books are really cool.
Echo is standing there with 2 bodyguards and just sort of very straight back looking at Cadence, and there is a blank face there. Hi, how are you, Cadence? Been a while.
It has. Cadence eyes the 2 guards. Would it be possible for us to talk in private?
I would love that. Unfortunately, these 2 won't leave me alone.
We are protecting you.
I don't need protection. You do know how I got to be in this position, correct?
Yes, which is why they were insistent that we not leave your side. You are vital to our kingdom's efforts.
If we go into a room that has no exit, not even a window, would you leave me some time alone with my good friend here?
We will be waiting.
Nola's eyebrows raise and look behind her for a second.
We will be waiting right outside.
Perfect. That I am so happy that is what that you are doing that.
Cadence gives Echo a look of something along the lines of, are you okay with this, or do you want to do a little mischief?
Echo looks back at Cadence, sort of understanding the look, and you can see like Echo is begging for just some time away from these two.
Yeah. Cadence will stretch, and as her hand falls, comes in contact with the hairpiece from Zariel, and she will stop time and grab Echo's hand and run.
Sweet! And then I am running with you.
For everyone else, you'd see them stretch, and then Echo and Cadence are just gone. The two guards like spears up and out immediately, like spinning around the room.
Ophi just starts laughing.
If either of you see them, would you please let us know? And they just take off running.
We could have stopped them and told them they're fine.
Yes, we could have.
It's much quieter.
But I feel like that's a great place for us to take a break, give everyone a chance to figure out where we want to go with this investigation, figure out how we want to have this very difficult conversation, and yeah, we'll be back in just a few moments with the second half of episode 11 of Fatal Ascension. We'll see you soon. And welcome back. Where we left off, two of our party had gone on a time-stopping adventure just to get away from some nosy guards. The other two had busied themselves with some research. Let's see what I can do about this. So, Cadence and Echo, as the two of you sprint off, where are you going?
Where do you want to go, Cadence?
That is a good question. Because I don't know this place. But coming in, Cadence would have. Okay. I think there's a moment then where the lead switches.
No, actually, Echo wants to follow you wherever.
You did pass the Gleaming Bazaar and the Dragon's Breath Inn.
That is a good question. Bazaar, we could probably... Was the bazaar... Was it like packed, or was it kind of a clean, open...
I mean, the bazaar
Like,
itself is massive. It stretches probably close to 2 miles of landscape. So even if there was hundreds of people there, it would never be packed. The tavern, on the other hand, quite packed.
Yeah. That's where I'm heading then.
Okay. Dragon's Breath Tavern. A place that kind of sticks out a little bit where everything else seems to be made of shells or coral or rocks. Things that you would naturally find. This looks like it intentionally is made of more like driftwood, parts of ships. Or meant to stand out, as it definitely does. You'd appear kind of right outside as that your time stop ends, and you're free to just slip in, the sound of conversation almost entirely drowning out the sound of music. And you'd have your choice of slipping off to a corner. You could slip upstairs to one of the many rooms, hope you find an empty one. It's up to you.
Yeah, knowing that there are going to be people looking for us, I think...
An empty room would be a good solution.
Sure. I would not insult either of you by asking you if you knew how to pick locks. So we will say that you'd head upstairs, start heading down the hall, just listening from door to door, till you come up to one where you're not hearing anything, pick the lock, and slip inside.
I feel like the way we enter this room, we're both laughing. And it's just like having we're running, we're laughing, we're breathless. And then we start to slow down. The laughter dies out. And it's just silence. And Echo is staring at you. But nothing is coming out. No words are coming out. And it's just... They don't know how to start this conversation.
In this silence, I think Kaden stands there for a moment and then crosses the room to look out the window and see what's below us, just in case we have to make an exit.
You're one story up, so like a 20-foot drop out the street.
Piece of cake. And then turns around and crosses the room again. And it's very awkward. Yeah, Caden's Krantz. Hi. What is going on?
Bit. And that's exactly how it is. Like, you say something and Echo said, yeah. Oh. A lot of stuff has been going. What's up with you? Who's the Shadow Kid?
A friend. Things have not been good. They've been very bad, actually.
I'm sorry I wasn't there. I thought that my leaving would prevent some very bad things from happening. Apparently, other bad things happened.
They did. Really could have used your help.
Is Dran dead?
I think he's asleep on the ship. He didn't get off with us.
And Sprout?
Also asleep.
I see. Well, yeah, they do like their sleep.
Yeah, they stayed up too late last night playing cards. I think after the ghost ship, they didn't want to take another chance.
There was a ghost ship?
Yeah.
Huh.
It was an experience. So, guards? Jailers? Captors? Chaperones? What is going on?
You know how I told you how I'm somewhat important in my in Nagkarlan? Do you remember?
You mentioned it once.
I'm kind of the king there now. I didn't want to be the king, but they kind of made me a king. But yeah, that's why I have bodyguards.
Cadence just stares. Not really sure what to make of this. Trying to see if there's a joke here, because Echo tells stories.
Yes,
that is their thing.
Stories.
Trying to figure out whether or not this is one of those stories.
I mean, it's hard because, like, when Echo says something, it feels like they completely believe whatever it is, whether it's a fake story or a real story. For them at that moment when they're telling the story, it's real. So it for Echo telling you this story, it's quite real. The night when I left, I didn't want to. You don't have to believe me if you don't want to, but I really didn't want to leave, and at this point, they put their fingers to their lips as if remembering that night. Yeah. It must have been weird when I wasn't there, huh?
I don't know how much time we have. This isn't the time for stories. I need to know what you've been up to.
Became king. They took me away from you.
Did you know that was going to happen?
After the kiss, no. But I knew that they would eventually find me. I didn't realize that they would be able to do it so quickly. I have a question outside of the game. Would you know, Cadence, how it was a conversation that we had in the past, but would you know how the people of Nagkarlan chooses their monarch, chooses their king?
I think it depends on how secretive it is. She would know basic information just on her, I guess at this point, former job.
Okay. Basic information, there are two people there are two family lines. And you know that Echo is one of those lines. And there's always two choices per choosing. You don't know how it's chosen, but Echo is the one chosen this time.
This is a pretty heavy secret you kept.
Well, I didn't want to be king. I thought they would have chosen somebody else.
But if this was a possibility, you could have told me. With what my position is, or was, would have been a disaster.
I don't want to go back. If what you said was true, that bad things continue to happen anyway, then I'd much rather spend those bad things with you. If that makes any sense. All I'm saying is, if we're both going to be in bad situations, I'd rather be that we're together instead of apart. I don't know how to fix this.
The issue is we both have made our livings by lying. You've already lied to me once. How do I know this isn't that again? I keep getting betrayed. That's why I'm in this position that I'm in now.
If I tell you one of the biggest secrets of my land, and maybe it'll help you understand what happened, would that be enough?
It's not just going to be another story.
No, not another story.
Okay. I'll listen. I'll give you that at least.
I know you know that there are two people in line for the throne. The way they choose it is by death. One has to kill the other.
That doesn't sound like an unintentional way to become king.
It's the only way that our people have chosen their leaders. Unfortunately, I made friends with mine. Very good friends. Apparently, you're not supposed to make friends with your opponent to the throne. I couldn't do it. I couldn't. And I told her that I would willingly die on her behalf. She wanted to be her leader. So, go ahead. I wasn't meant for this. Have you seen me? I'm not a king. But here I am.
What happened?
My family cheated. They took it upon themselves to make me king. And so I ran. For a long time, my people had no leader because I ran away. The night we kissed, they found me. They threatened you to take you away from me.
And you didn't think that I could hold my own?
I already lost a friend. I couldn't lose the love.
Where do you want this to go? You have 2 guards trailing you. We could kill them, but I imagine they would send more.
They would. I wonder if there's a way to convince them to report that I'm still with them. I don't know. I have no solution. If I decide to leave, then know that the full force of my family and my people will be another kingdom that wants us, and not in a good way.
Well, one of the things that you missed, that my sister and I are now essentially banished from my home. Which makes this situation a little less complicated for me than it would be if I were still High Scholar's Blade. So
this past few moments that I've been away from you have been the worst of my life. And fuck it. We're gonna be wanted anyway. What's another country? What's another kingdom? Can I come back?
Cadence hesitates for a long moment in silence.
Oh no.
And then steps forward halfway, like leaning in for a kiss, but stops halfway to see what Echo does.
Echo hopes to God that, did not misread Cadence and goes in for another kiss and hopefully does the right thing and kisses Cadence.
We'll figure this out. So, what do we need to do with your guards?
Well, we can kill them, but they've been really nice, actually. Like, I know they were a pain in the butt, just not letting me do stuff, but they were just doing their jobs.
Yeah, I'm trying not to choose killing people as quickly anymore.
They're good swimmers, so just abandoning them in the island would not do.
Would they come with us?
If I can convince them that this was a direct thing that we need to do as the king. You know what? I'm fucking king. I could just tell them to come with me.
That was going to be my next question, is have you tried just ordering them?
You know what? I feel like... Yeah! I'm gonna do that. I'm the fucking king. I'm just gonna tell them what to do. That's right. And you can tell that Echo has not thought of this at all. This entire time, that as king, they can do whatever the fuck they want. Yeah.
There's a very amused look on Cadence's face as Echo works through this.
Yep.
Do we need to keep this a secret? I don't know what laws, traditions look like for you.
Oh. Us? No. As king, apparently I can do whatever the fuck I want. So, if there is a law, then I will change it.
Okay, then.
I will change the law. I will do anything for you.
Oh, Cadence leads in and kisses Echo again.
Yes. And I think that's a good time to fade to black because we're not leaving
Fade
that
to
room.
black.
Mm-hmm.
As we fade to black, Neon Lights roleplay, thank you so much for the raid. We heckin' love you. You came at just the right
timing.
moment. But yeah, thank you all so much. Yes, Glyza is playing Echo, the fish folk, and has an amazing filter on, and we love it so much. But why don't we jump back on over to the other two, to Ophi and Enola, with a whole library of information in front of you. What would the two of you like to do?
I think my mic is working now. Excellent.
Yes. I mean, probably reading as much as possible. I feel like, speed read. They probably know a good bit about just this general area, but trying to see if there's anything they didn't know or clarify that what she does know how to do has already been tried, which is just basic like cleanse and heals with magic and such.
Yeah,
So
you definitely see multiple versions of rituals and healing spells and ointments and tinctures from, the magical to the physical. Nothing has really done much to help cure the island.
do you have any theories?
I think Ophi is just like a stack of books on either side, just sort of trying to take in as much information as possible. But I don't. Ophi is not a caster. As much theory as Ophi knows. I don't. I think she's kind of at a loss for this specifically. Like if it's not something that she knows about, she wouldn't know what to try next. Do you think the one that you taught me would be useful? You said it was a big one?
Well, a big one for humanoids our size. This is a bit much. I hoped that maybe a combination, if they had other healers plus us, maybe a cleanse, some sort of ritual could do something, but it seems that they've tried it. I think they'll pull out that like leather bound worn grimoire that they had used previously to confirm that what's our feathered friend's name?
Zariel?
Yes.
Zariel.
Convince Zariel that they should not come with us because they will die. My magic book.
You're definitely not a Death Note.
Super not.
Super hoping it's not. I don't fully understand this thing, but it does answer questions. If we're at a loss, we seem to be a crew that does good things, right? Helps. There have been mentions of lots of murders, so I just want to make sure where our morals align.
Not all of the murders that we have been accused of are ones that we have actually committed.
True.
And some of them, sometimes you have to do uncomfortable things to help people. I've learned. Sometimes that involves death.
Doesn't have to. I don't resort to that.
I don't think most of us try to.
No judgment from me. Sorry. I'm very bad with tone. That wasn't meant to be judging or pointed. I'm just...
I understand.
support.
Is there a reason you are so adamantly against death yourself? If it is not my place to ask, that is also an answer.
I mean, one, just the thought of it, bit anxiety inducing. I don't know if that is something that I can do for myself is claim someone else's life, though I'm being accused of such. But I don't necessarily have the abilities that lend well to that. I have things that keep you healthy, but more than anything, I've had a very interesting month, and the one thing that's stuck with me is just motions to the smoke and cloud. The individual that Sprout can see that follows me, and I know they are the in-between. They decide life and death, rule over something of the sorts. I'm not fully learned up yet, but I'm not going to play God. If I can help, I can help, but I'm not going to end someone's life because of my own actions.
That is very respectable of you.
Well, let's hope that I had these same preconceived notion or ideas and morals previously. Anyway, maybe we ask the book?
Maybe. I am unfamiliar with that. Just sort of like pauses a second. Even if these were not your thoughts before, they are now. People are allowed to change.
I appreciate that. I like to think people would think that, though. Don't know if the court of law will.
Yes, they do seem to be sticklers for very simple answers.
They really are.
Yeah, funny how that works. Yeah, you want to pull out your tome, flip to a blank page.
I think more than anything, since it's like a question, and I've watched enough things that involve genies that I want to be specific about my question. I think while yes, it'd be very interesting to see like what caused it. Granted, we're pretty sure it's this group, but how? I think more the focus is how to heal it. Maybe that will be a better direction.
Yeah. The page itself would kind of start to fill with ink, like you just dumped a bottle of ink and it's like splattered, but then started to reform itself, and you'd very quickly realize that it is forming a map. The geography is kind of hard to piece together at first, and then you're starting to recognize buildings and patches of trees and rocks. And it is a map of the spire that you're in, but down.
Like below?
Below. Into the turtle shell.
This is where our answers are.
Two very simple words at the top of the map. Return it.
Sort of peeking over her shoulder, like, return what?
I hate that it only has like a question at a time, and then if I ask another question, I think it's going to take Maybe we ask the individual we spoke to earlier to accompany us, see if something is missing.
seems odd that it would be something so far below. Usually things that are hidden are things people want to be hidden. Namely those in power.
Do you think they have something to do with it? It is odd that adventurers would be able to make it this deep in, wouldn't it?
It would. They sounded very trusting. Or good at acting.
Naive. If they're surprised to see us, maybe they don't get many visitors. They're not aware of the dangers of strangers.
Or that is what they want us to think.
Did you want to use your scrying eye at all?
Yeah, I was kind of about to. Yeah, I think Ophi, sort of as she's looking sort of over Enola's shoulder at this book, this like sort of map-esque situation that's happening. There's very clearly one of her eyes is mechanical. One of them is not. Kind of unclear what that is. And I think, I don't know if it necessarily looks any sort of way to be like, but to be anime about it, because we're in a JRPG. I do think there's like sort of like a little like sparkle, a little like glint of light or something, and she's going to focus on this book, but through that eye, I think, because she's put it on her person.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of like almost out of body experience where you're staring at this map and the map itself is pulling off the page and coming to life in front of you, but it is just what you're seeing in that eye specifically. And the path that map is trying to lead you down, you are just zipped down these tunnels, down this absolute labyrinth. But the map, your eye, you in this moment seem to know exactly where to go. And you are seeing destruction. You are seeing walls of this beautiful structure destroyed, blown to pieces with signs of gunpowder and shrapnel. As they seem to have just blew up chunk after chunk after chunk to get deeper and deeper, not wanting to get lost with this labyrinth. Until you'd hit the bottom and you'd see whatever's down here is fully encased. It is sealed off by some kind of crystal barrier. It looks like they got here. What happened after that is part of the mystery.
And so this feels like, because the last time that Ophi used this eye, it was more of a sort of future vision. This feels like something that has already happened.
Exactly.
Okay.
Last time it was you were looking at a possibility. You're looking at what is the most likely outcome with this course of action. This is different because this has already happened. You can't change this.
Okay. Yeah, and I think that is sort of like an odd feeling that like Ophi can't quite place it for a second, and then it clicks like, oh, this is already set, and this has already happened. And it like I think like Enola can probably see like it's that almost that like REM sort of look. Like you can see Ophi clearly looking at something that isn't there. Like looking around a room that does not match what we are in. It is a mess.
Does the mess seem to lead anywhere? Or away from something?
It leads to something. They blew it apart. I think they took something. The the adventurers that were here. I think that is what we have to return. I can't see what it is.
Mysterious adventurers that left however long ago.
Perhaps whatever it was they gave to someone else or sold. We should find out what they were keeping down there. It was heavily guarded. That didn't matter.
Does it look like there were deaths or fights? If it was guarded?
I think the only thing they were fighting against was the structure itself. It was meant to be confusing. It was meant to be a labyrinth. They barreled through the whole thing.
So, what was the name of the person that we talked to? The, head?
The Elder?
Talaria?
Talaria Oceanweaver.
If it is something that was so protected and important, wouldn't Talaria have investigated and noticed this was gone? I feel like that would be a quick giveaway as to what caused this sickness.
Perhaps it was something she did not even know about, but perhaps she didn't want to admit what it was. I found that people in positions of great power do not like to show weakness. If she knows what went wrong, I would understand why she would not be forthcoming with that information, particularly to strangers.
Especially if some had already breached her trust.
Perhaps not as naive as we thought.
Maybe we have a conversation.
Maybe.
Can be a bit coy about it, but now
Perhaps
we have more of a picture.
Perhaps we wait for Miss Kate.
Summoned,
Oh no.
you would see figures step into the spire. You would see the Elder with a small coterie. She just got the staff and, very slowly making step after step, walking towards the two of you.
Stand back up, This is royalty here, or, just out of respect.
Oh yeah. Very, very proper. Enola gets the sense that this is a position that Ophi has found itself in before many times, because they snap to attention, just hands held in front of them, very proper. Absolutely silent.
I trust that your research has been fruitful.
Your records here are very thorough.
You do a few things very well. You make mean seaweed salad if you're staying for dinner, but the other is to keep very accurate records of our history. It is very important.
A bit of a selfish question, I guess, before going back to business. Do you all keep records of visitors at all? Any sort of ledgers of ships or anything?
No. I believe that those that make their way to us do so because they were meant to, and it's far from us to try to catalog fate.
This might be a reach. I don't look familiar to you, do I?
You don't, no.
That you felt loaded.
You're welcome to go where you need to go. You will not find the doors locked. Good luck. she'll slowly turn and start walking back to that throne.
She gets about halfway. Like I said, Enola not good at peopling probably as much anymore, as she's had a month of having to be constantly questioned and ostracized, so maybe has lost a little bit of tact. You know what they took, don't you?
You won't find the way blocked.
We'll report back.
There's no need. Do what you must and enjoy your time here.
Do you want us to heal the island?
Of course.
I was just about to ask that.
What I want isn't always what fate demands.
Are you a seer of fate?
Fate and I are good friends.
Kind of whisper under her breath. That explains the vibe.
I think Ophi finally pipes up at that. Even good friends can fight.
And we do. We have our differences of opinion. But in the end, all is as it should be. Nothing more, nothing less.
Have a wonderful day.
You as well.
Slowly turns, eyes wide.
I think at this point, having had their getaway and probably have had a patron come back to their room, open the door, stare at the scene in front of them, and just slowly shut it.
I think we should go.
Yeah, I think the others will be waiting for us.
And the two of you quickly making your way back to the spire, running into a very distraught pair of fishmen who stop, make a double take, realizing it's you, and then come just charging through the street towards the two of you.
Echo raises a hand. Relax. This will not happen again.
What happened this time? Wait. My liege, please, we were just trying to protect you.
I understand. And I promise to let you protect me. And may I introduce my new beau, Cadence. You are to protect her as you protect mine.
They both
Because she holds my heart.
stand to attention.
You do not want a heartbroken king.
Give a deep bow.
Cadence's face is red.
Our spears are at your beck and call, lady.
Perfect!
Oh,
That was easy, wasn't it?
yeah, that worked better than I thought it would.
Alright, well, you may follow us. And Cadence, Echo will grab your hand and just sort of wait for you to lead this 3 people now.
But yeah, even just taking a few steps toward the spire, you would see Ophi and Enola standing there a little confused, a little bewildered, but
This face. Weird.
but otherwise not doing any research, so either they gave up or they found something.
I see them holding hands. I'm like, oh.
Clicked.
Echo lets go of Cadence's hand for a minute and skips towards Ophelia and gives her the biggest hug. How have you been doing?
I think Ophi looks distracted as they're coming up. I think the hug fully takes them like by surprise, 100%. I am well. Are you? Oh.
I'm well as well.
Where did you go? Like fully like in the hug, hugging back, looking at Cadence.
Just to talk.
Yeah.
Echo had a lot to say. King Echo
True.
had a lot to say.
Right. Yes, I am a king now.
Ophi fully steps out of the hug and bows. 100%. 1,000%. And the little hand clasp in front of them, proper posture, all back. 100%.
Ophi, but we are friends.
Yes, but you are king.
But I'm not really a king. Except, and then turns to the two guards, I am king though. So you have to follow me. But I'm not really a king for you.
So this is a joke? This is a story?
No!
You have privileges because you're friends with the king.
That's right.
Hi, I'm Manola.
Hello, Enola. I did ask who you were from Cadence earlier. I'm glad you are part of the team now.
Seems so. Y'all are stuck with me now.
And then Echo points at the guards and points at this too. They're with me. And they just like...
I wave and introduce myself to the guards as well, because I'm pretty much their equal when it comes to job status and such. I'm like, hey, what's up?
Yeah, I think Ophi, very, like, similar, like, opposite vibes, but, like, very similar, like, understanding of, like, oh, we are similar. Okay, cool. Just, like, nod to the guards.
Very, very, like, a very hushed voice would kind of lean towards you when you introduce yourself. I am Pike. This is my brother, Evan.
Nice to meet you.
Oh no. I almost just closed everything.
Oh, no.
Throw those names in chat for you. So yeah. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of you are standing there. Everyone's kind of just going about their business around you, as if told to absolutely not interfere with you in any way, shape, or form. What would you like to do?
Revelations out of the way. Did you all find anything in your research?
It seems we have found ourselves intertwined with the fate of this island. Hence the
course we have.
uninterrupted access. I'll show the page on the book.
It's a map.
I suppose we go down and look. I spoke with the ocean, whatever. They
We
went to.
followed a magical artifact to get here, so why not follow another one now?
I will warn you, it is a mess down there.
All right.
I can't...
Yeah.
I can't imagine we'll come into any resistance, besides the terrain. It also doesn't seem like the Elder is terribly concerned with what we do.
Which elder?
believe Miss Tilaria.
Oh. Huh. Is this the same conversation, like storyteller? Is this what the feeling that Echo had when speaking with, like, in the past with the elder?
Since you've been here, the conversation you had up to them arriving, it did seem very one-sided. Like, all of the information you were presenting, the problems you were having, none of it really seemed to be surprising. And for as much of a doomsayer as you may have been coming here, sensing that the island was sick, again, nothing really seemed to surprise her.
It doesn't seem to be that she knows what's happening, but it also doesn't seem like she's surprised by it.
She seems like she puts faith into the ebbs and flow of fate.
Seems like
Trust.
she doesn't believe that she can do anything about it.
And we found ourselves here for a reason.
I mean, the reason was probably the little shellfish that I gave to. Did I tell you that Cadence is my girlfriend now? Yes.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Quite happy about it. But yes.
Just the slyest little like corner smile, like, you know, the look that like really old friends give each other of like, all right.
Yeah, just look at Cadence.
Good job.
But yes, I feel like we should at least figure out why the island is dying and why they don't seem to care about it.
I mean, it looks like something was taken, but she will not tell us what it was, or apparently have any logs of who was here to take it. So, it will be difficult. But she did say the doors would be open if we wanted to see for ourselves.
Coop, I know in the beginning, like in their first episode, there was this one time where I was allowed to talk to fish.
Yes.
Can I talk somehow to the giant turtle by making my voice really loud so that the giant turtle can hear it and somehow understand what the giant turtle say?
Typically, I would say absolutely. Except for the fact that even those that are skilled in communicating with the giant turtle have not been able to communicate with it.
Got it. Forgot about that. What about the other fish that swim around it? Just basically like do some reconnaissance.
Yeah.
Okay.
A real quick reconnaissance of just sticking your head in the water and talking to local fish. They're fish. They don't know anything.
Dang it. Damn fish.
They're just happy
The
to
fish know
swim.
nothing. Well, those are my leads. I have nothing else to offer.
I love the attempt, though.
And I think it's really funny if Echo tries all of this anyway, and then comes back to the three and be like, didn't work. None of these things worked.
Stupid fish.
Damn
Fish back home are much smarter.
And downstairs we go.
All right. Much like Opie had seen, you'd pass through a set of pearl doors, start heading down what would pass for guards, Not that anyone on this island seems to be particularly armed, but more just a handful of folks just sitting watching the door let you pass. The door shut behind you. And it wouldn't take long at all for you to get to the first scene where the first explosion went off. Past that, you can see another one as they just blew through layer upon layer of this spiral, going down and down. And, I mean, this spire itself was at one point, or it might still be, a living entity. And the shell around where those explosions went off is colorless and dead.
It's much worse than I imagined, like she said, Ophi. There's no way they didn't know something was happening, right? This would have been loud.
Be a stretch. Yes, I imagine the Elder is well aware of what's going on down here.
I believe an Elder tasked with keeping the city safe would be okay with the attempted and possibly successful murder of their living island.
Perhaps Nofi will kind of look to Cadence. Perhaps she is not who she says she is.
Perhaps not. That would make sense that... It would make sense that they would have people planted in places like this if they're important.
Is it normal for people of her background to have their gills closed up, or is that a disguise?
Would I know this as a secret?
Absolutely you would. This is a sign of person who has taken up a position of power, one that would require them to deal with surface dwellers more often than not, or people that have been exiled or willingly left their home. A sign that they physically can never return.
So, in this, so it could be one of two. Like, she can't swim anymore. Is that correct? She can't be in the underwater
physically
anymore.
Cannot go underwater.
Interesting.
Oh, it's not just that she can't breathe underwater.
No.
She just can't. She
Like-
can't go at all.
Her webbing has basically deteriorated down to almost nothing. She doesn't have the muscle mass. Would just sink.
Interesting. This is a very interesting thing that I am so happy to hear. Player-wise. Character-wise, I am going to explain to both Ophi and Enola and Candace, well, you do know that she can never go swim in the ocean again. It's either she did this on purpose to herself or she's in exile.
Interesting.
And the rest of the people here, they would understand that as well.
Maybe not the ones who aren't sea folk, but definitely everyone who is fish folk would understand, would know this.
I think after we finish down here, it might be worth checking in on her. Figure out if she actually is who she's supposed to be.
She did imply she recognized one of us. I don't know if that meant echo with past dealings or something about the two of you.
Would I know her? Who? From
You know
past
of
dealings?
her.
Would I know that whether she was exiled or she left on her own?
Left voluntarily.
Left voluntarily. she left voluntarily. This is her choice. Now, whether somebody else has taken her place, well, that's not something I would know. All I know is that she left. She chose to never come back.
There's also the possibility she's so wrapped in this cosmic fate, reason is gone.
That's true.
Heard it done before of people just assuming the universe will do what it needs to do and not having great outcomes for them.
All right. So pressing on.
Walk and talk.
Further down we go. Spiral after spiral. Your path just winding tighter and tighter until you come to that same crystal doorway. It stands about 30 feet tall, 30 feet wide. Whatever's down here is past that door. There are markings, scratches, signs of, attempted explosives. But not nearly enough damage to say that anyone could have busted their way in. And she did say that they did leave very, very quickly, just out of nowhere. They were just gone. Hopped in their boat and left.
Do we know why they were doing this?
This is like something encased in like crystal. right?
Kind of picture like at the end of the shell kind of comes to this like archway, and that entire archway is just sealed in crystal.
Does that look like an intentional part of the design, or that looks like something that they did?
Like a defense.
Just something that's like a door that we can open, or it's just like... She did say the doors would be open for us.
Well, that seems like something a very mystical person would say. And then we can apply it to this door. Because she said that all doors will be open for us.
She did.
I think Ophi's gonna try to open the door.
Hand touches that almost translucent crystal, enough that you can kind of see shapes behind it. It just sinks in like it was Jello.
Oh. Am I stuck?
No more than as if you stuck your hand into a bowl of Jello.
I pull my hand out. Is my hand okay? Does it hurt? Am I okay?
It's clean.
You okay?
Echo
Ophi's gonna walk through the wall.
Yeah, Echo having seen this would have just also jumped into it, like dive to the consternation of both Pike and Everin was there.
And Cadence.
The four of us just share like glances.
Woo!
All right.
I was trying to do this so that if it's only one of us had to get hurt, but I forgot that Echo is Echo.
Ophi and Echo, how much health do the two of you have? I'm absolutely messing with you. I'm absolutely
It's a great question that I love for you to ask me all of the time. Did we get a fancy long rest
you
after
are at
the...
full
Yeah. Cool. I'm no longer...
I'm absolutely messing with you. No, the two of you stepped through just fine. In fact, you were both greeted by a series of gasps and people scooting backwards away from the door, quickly trying to scramble for weapons. There's 4 people in here. They look gaunt, they look emaciated. You can see their packs have been opened and whatever rations they have been just scattered, and they're trying to get to their feet very shakily, holding out weapons towards the two of you.
We come in peace.
I'm gonna try to go back through the door.
Echo is
Start
not
backing up. Back hits Crystal.
Oh, yep. immediately turning around and just like looking through the crystal to see if I can see eyes on Enola or Cadence.
Same thing. You can kind of see shapes. It's translucent enough that you can see that much.
You could just see Ophi, the shadow of it, just shaking their head. It's like holding up a hand, like, don't come in. And there's a hand on it, and it is not going through.
Oh. What are the two guards doing now that their king has walked through an impassable wall?
They will absolutely follow.
No,
I try to grab one of them at least.
One of them slips through, the
Smart
other
about
like
this.
looks back at you.
Oh, at least there's 3 of us here. What happened? Why are you guys here?
We've been stuck in this damned place for I don't know how long it's been. How did you get in here? How did you get through that door?
I just jumped into it.
We've been trying that. And there's like hundreds of scratch marks on the inside of this door.
Seems like it is a one-way situation.
In addition to these 4 survivors, you'd see that there are crystalline fixtures of light that just absolutely cascade rainbow colors across every corner of this fairly small room. And at the center of it, there is a pedestal that goes up and one that comes down. Like 2 halves of like an egg cup. Nothing in the center. But you can get us out of here. We should not be trapped in here. Our crew is waiting for us out there. We need to get out of here.
Good news and bad news. Good news. There's a couple people outside that door that would totally figure something out to get out. Bad news, I think your crew left.
What do you mean they left? No. We have... Where... What do you mean they left?
I mean, they left. They took their ship, pulled their anchor, and sailed away.
No, it's okay.
What were you guys doing here anyway?
Did you take it?
No, we didn't. Take what?
Just sort of looking at that empty pedestal.
That was empty when we got here.
Why were you here then?
Okay, we heard that there was treasure down here, something big and important, and it wasn't guarded or anything.
Seems like that should have been warning enough.
Maybe. Look, can you just get us out of here? This is ridiculous.
We're working on it. And then Echo turns to, who's the one that walked in with me? Is it Pike or Everett?
Pike. Who's
Pike,
like
do you
turned
have an
back,
idea?
like hand on the wall. Back at you, back at the wall. Well, if these are our thieves, we kill them and that should be it.
No to the killing. We need to figure out a way out of here. And you don't want to fight these people. Look at them. They're like weak and hungry.
The book said to return it.
Return what?
I do not know.
You 4 thieves. What did you take? They just now kind of like back to back or just in this little huddle. Weapons still pointed at all of you. Look, whatever we found, it's ours. All right. Just get us out of here.
Well, maybe that's why we can't get out.
No. No, you're not taking... We fought for this. We dove all the way down here. We are leaving with this stupid gem.
Ah. So you took it from the pedestal, correct?
What? Why do you care? Just open the door.
There is no opening the door. You have the key.
Yeah.
The key does not
Um,
work outside of the keyhole.
No, you're lying. You're just trying to get our treasure from us.
Can I hit him in the head?
Absolutely,
Sort of
you
knock him
can.
out. Yeah.
I'm gonna throw us
Like-
into some initiative. Not that I think that it's gonna last very long.
I'm just gonna knock him, one of them anyway. How do you do initiative again?
Roll dexterity plus insight.
10. Where's my D10? Oh.
Dexterity and what was it again?
Insight.
That is 5 and a 7. Yep. 12.
Anyone else? You are welcome to jump in.
Might as well, right?
Yeah, I got
we-
time.
Do I own a D10? Okay.
Can we tell from outside that combat is breaking out?
Yeah, if it's just even looking at the shapes alone, you'd see that there's starting to be
Yeah.
connection.
You're about to
Okay.
see it, based on what Ophi's about to do. It's an 11.
Okay. Would either of you like to jump in?
If I see combat is breaking out, the two people that I really care about are in there. Cadence is rushing in.
Cadence, no.
Probably shouting it to Enola, find us a way out. And I have
I have a death grip on this other guard. I'm like, I am not doing this alone.
He is so conflicted.
You were staying
14
here.
initiative.
Use your brain, man. You'd be stuck
I'm
in
also
there. You
going
know
to high
that
speed.
together.
What was your initiative roll?
14.
14. Yep. And you get to go first with high speed. So, with Cadence stepping through, seeing this all happening, and lightning fast jumping into action, if I can steal the narrative torch for just a moment before handing it back to you. You pull out your weapon, which I will fully let you describe what everyone would see, but the movements aren't Cadence's usual steps. It's a very different looking form, at least for just a few moments. And Cadence, what would they all see?
Yeah, the sword, instead of the black void with pinpricks of light, as it has always been, it is now the same void, but with golden fire kind of swirled through it.
And what is it still a sword?
Just for dramatic sake, just so we can see its new form, as she draws it, she runs her hand across it, and it transforms into a rifle. Black barrel, and the stock of it is a golden wood with swirls through it.
Hefting the long-barreled weapon. You got 4 targets in front of you.
Does the rifle have the same stats as the sword, just for ease sake, or do you want to switch it up?
How do you spell that?
The sword is normally dex because it's a specialty magic weapon.
No, go back. It would be Dex plus Insight for a ranged firearm.
Okay. I think stepping immediately in front of Echo and Ophi, raising the rifle up. Again, movements, it's cadence, but the movements look a little strange. The way that she handles the rifle, not quite cadence. And just kind of glancing back at the two of them. I'm assuming we're fighting?
What happened when I hit the guy on the head?
He recoiled, stumbling a bit, and then immediately weapons are like swung out at you very, very clumsily. But yes, they are clearly
then I'm
not going
firing.
down without a fight.
Echo would look at Cadence when with the guns drawn. Like, I think they have the key. Also, you look hot.
Yeah, if someone's swinging a weapon at Echo, Cadence is immediately firing.
Yeah.
That is a wonderful roll.
Guarantee
The
you it
first
beats their
shot is
defense.
That is a 17.
Yeah, would you believe that it beats their defense by over 5?
Yeah, she fires. And there's, when it fires, almost the sound of things being sucked into the void and then blown back out in an explosion of gold fire at the end of the barrel.
Love it. How much damage does that do?
So upset I'm not getting to see this. I just see flashes of gold and I'm like, man, that looks so cool.
Is it the same damage as the sword form, or the sword form is high roll plus 10?
Yep, high roll plus 10.
Then that'll be 20 damage. Does it still do dark?
It's up to you.
Ooh, is there a
You
light
know it does
element?
dark. There is an alternate damage type if you would wish to try that out.
Okay. But I forget what the elements are.
Physical. Try to remember the symbols. I think it's physical, air, dark, earth, fire, cold, and
Bolt. This one.
bolt, light.
There is a light. I think, with Ophi's influence, this does light damage.
Absolutely, it does bolt damage.
Yeah.
Which
not bolt, light.
Yeah, bolt is
Bolt is like
They're-
lightning.
Yeah,
Oh, is
bolt
there
is
also
lightning and
a-
electricity. Light is caused by pure and untainted spiritual energy.
I was playing for so long with those, thinking those are the same thing. It's fine.
Which is Ophi's influence on
That's
Cadence.
so sweet.
Yeah. It streaks that short distance, impacts the first one, who is in crisis. Which means that he does immediately get to lash out with an attack, just out of desperation, with his nice steel dagger. It is dexterity plus insight, which is a d6 plus a d8.
And is that
this-
at me?
Since you're at range, I think they would attack the target that's immediately in their face, which would be Echo.
Nice.
That's a 6 to hit your defense.
My defense is a 10. Wait,
Not even
is that
close.
10? Yeah.
Just wildly takes a swing at you with the dagger, not even close to hitting you. But Cadence, that was your hyperspeed action. You get to go first.
Yeah. Immediately after firing, there is very dramatic anime style Cocking of the rifle again, and gears on the side of it, I think, kind of turn and click into place, and she fires a second time.
Yeah, same one?
Same one, yeah.
Go for it.
Echo is
Defense
in danger.
of 9.
11.
Yeah.
That would be... Well, I'm not close enough, because I think breach has to be... I don't normally do...
Not a ranged combatant.
Yeah, breach has to be melee, yeah. Which is fine. So yes, that's 16.
16.
Light damage.
Still alive, but barely. First one takes that shot, lashes out with the dagger, takes the second shot, and is just almost dropping to his knees, but still trying to stand to try to fight.
Question about this, the transformation. Can I just do that at will? How dramatic is this?
I do believe that it is an action to transform.
Okay. So she's stuck with the rifle for this.
No.
Go to no.
That's your turn?
Yes.
Alright. Brings us to 12 was 12 Echo?
Yep.
They tried to stab you twice.
Can I still do a non-killing damage?
Absolutely.
Sweet. So I'm going to use my rapier and hit him. But my goal is not to kill him. Just sort of like faint or like unable to fight.
You have the one that's been shot twice, or one of the ones that are fresh?
I think I want to focus on the one that's already down so that we can get it out of the way.
Fair enough. Defensive 9.
16.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'd say that hits.
That's really just my highest stuff. Sorry. 16, and then my damage would be 10. Because high plus 6. 16 is my damage.
Out. Just
Alright, cool.
rapier to the back of the head and just drops.
Speaking is a free action, so I'm gonna turn to the other 3 that are still awake. I'm like, I am not speaking for the rest of my friends here and my girlfriend, but I don't want to kill you. So why don't you just give up your gem so we can get out of here?
You're just trying to trick. This isn't even real. This is a trick. You just want our treasure. You're not gonna get it.
Echo would do that Jim move from The Office and just looks at a non-existent camera. Just be like,
Alright.
and that's the end of my turn.
Brings us to 11.
Ophi.
I think have they like shown us physically this thing that they have?
They have not.
We've seen where this is. Okay.
They do have packs.
And their packs are like scattered about.
Yep.
Cool. Ophi is going to calmly step away from this conflict. And Ophi is going to start searching packs.
Sure. They probably wouldn't pay much attention to you for like the first pack you found or the second, but eventually one of them would probably catch on and just shout out, Hey, you stay out of there. That's as your hand hits something about the size of a human head, but the edges very much feel like the edge of a gemstone.
Okay. Yeah. Ophi's pulling that out pretty clearly. And I think as somebody tries to like throw a fit about it, they just raise a hand and it is red hot.
You pull out again like a human-sized head of what looks like just a pure ruby, and the inside of it is on fire. It is an inferno trapped inside a gem.
Oh.
I think that does give them pause for a second. But they will stand up, and they will walk over to the pedestal. Does anyone try to stop me? Who?
Absolutely.
I think it's very calm. It is just like, hand. It is white hot. It is gonna go into your chest if you try to stop me. Just pushing them away very calmly.
Make an attack, please.
I don't even know what kind of attack that would look like, my guy.
It's unarmed, so...
It's unarmed. It's not even forceful. It's
Not
just
really,
brushing
yeah.
them aside. But it is way too hot for a person. Trying to think. I think that just means that I do fire damage with this. I'm trying to see if it has any additional weird stuff. Okay, yeah, it does have a little bit of additional stuff. Yeah, it's just all of my attacks are fire. That's fine. So what? Might and something?
An unarmed strike is dexterity plus might.
Dexterity might. Okay. That could be worse. Okay, that's a 10.
Defensive 9.
Yeah, that does it. And
So
then
does it do
what is
bonus damage?
It doesn't, but if they lose more than a certain amount of damage to this attack in any way, then they get conditions.
Unarmed strikes do high roll plus 0.
Okay, so that's 6.
6 points of damage.
6 of fire damage. Straight to the chest.
Burns through his tunic into his chest and just absolutely lets out a scream of pain.
Brush aside.
All the remaining 3 are rushing you. They don't want you to have that gem.
That's fine.
Which, if that is the end of your turn, if you were just intent on getting to that pedestal, the 3 of them are going to make some strikes against you.
Yeah, I think that's all I can do is just keep going that way.
Yeah. One of them does have a Brigand's Axe, which is might plus might, which is a d10 plus a d10. If I can find my other d10. That's a d8. It's a d100. There's two. That's a total of 12 against your defense.
Yeah, that'll hit.
For 9 plus 4, 13 points of physical damage.
For sure. For sure.
Interpoint Station, thank you so much for the raid. We're playing some Fabula Ultima, and we are seeing a very one-sided fight between the party and a small band of emaciated thieves.
They should get good.
The other 2 just have steel daggers, which is Dex plus Insight, which is D8 plus D6.
Last I checked, titanium is stronger than steel.
You would think so. First one rolled a 10 to hit
For regular defense, yeah, that'll hit.
for 8 points of damage.
For sure.
And the second one rolls a 7 to hit.
That will not hit, but that last attack did put me into crisis.
Anything fun or special when you enter crisis?
Trying to remember. Well, that one doesn't. I can't do that one right now. So, not yet, but it will.
That axe just buries into Ophi's shoulder, who I imagine just kind of shoves it away. You get stabbed by a dagger, again, just brushing the arm away.
Keeps walking.
They can't stop. You physically push your way past them to the pedestal. It's all they have. You can spend another round butchering these thieves if you want, or we can jump to Ophi putting the gem in the pedestal.
Oh, see, I can manipulate time and let Ophi go next, anyways.
That's
You want to do
true.
that?
Even just like
Just in case we
twisting,
need the initiative later.
like twisting that hairpiece narratively, I am happy to say that they reel back to hit again, and they are just slowed, while Ophi can just place the gem back.
He just like ducks under an arm and like just Ophi will just walk up, calm as ever, set it back where it belongs, and take a step back.
Your eye flares to life, staring at this thing. And much like you saw with Zariel, you see possibility rather than certainty. You see this gem floating here again, the shell repairing itself, the island returning to its healthy, pristine state, and the people celebrating it. You also see all of you holding this gem, standing someplace very dark, facing down a very powerful, shadowed figure. The gem bursting with energy, causing this figure to back down.
I think just the sort of shock of like suddenly visions. It does kind of send Ophi, staggering back a step or two. And like if people can see its face, you can see that they're watching several things happen very quickly. And they just sort of blink it back and turn back to the group. And they don't say anything, they just sort of look to that door.
Yeah. Which, Enola, from the other side, you are hearing combat. You hear blades, you hear gunshot, and then it's just quiet. We should get in there. They could be hurt.
If you're so inclined, go for it. But someone needs to be out
Can't
here to
leave
make
you
sure.
out here alone.
Thanks. What are the odds you're magically inclined?
None.
Wonderful. Okay. I think I'm still not fully sure how like rituals like really happen, but I think that has kind of been what her mind has been on, is trying to figure out like some sort of way to focus in on the magic on this door and try to like redirect it for a little bit to like cause this opening.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or soak it in or something, like is trying to siphon it away.
No roll even required, especially if you're doing this ritual over the course of a couple rounds. The door would start to waver as if it were jello, and the point where you're focusing would kind of start to pull away from it very slowly.
Just gonna yell through. Have you figured it out? If not, come through so quick, please. Just like shaking. Like those like shadows kind of coming in and eating through the door as the magic like works in.
And there stands Ophi with this enormous fire-filled gem in the middle of the room.
Ophi still hasn't put it in the pedestal. She's just holding it.
Oh, I thought I put it in the pedestal.
Entirely up to you.
Yeah, I think Ophi
You
gets up there.
basically had this vision as you were going to, reaching up, getting ready to put it, of the two equal.
Yeah, and I think there was that sort of stumble, and then they like finish stepping up to it, and they will put that back in there, and
The door
turn back to the thieves.
comes splashing down. It's full on melting away.
Just turning back to the thieves. I recommend you leave the island.
They grab their companion, will turn and just start limping away. Not a single word given.
I think that gem had some magic stuff to it that caused them to be obsessed with it.
Yes. Yes, I think it did.
That's a good observation.
I can understand why they would want it.
Do you think they'll want it enough to come back, or this scared them enough?
I'm not certain. It is very persuasive.
Would Echo have seen Ophi's eyes like sort of moving around, like they were having a vision?
Honestly, it's probably still like, that like anime like sparkle of this effect is being used, right? Like, probably as they're turning back, they're probably still blinking that away.
Did you see something, Ophi, when you were holding that gem?
I saw a few things. This could be very useful. But that is only if we can remove it from the room. Which does not
This is
seem
the
likely.
fate.
I don't know
She-
about fate.
Touches it, sees visions of what could be.
I suggest we just leave it alone.
What happens to the island if we take it?
That I did not see. But if we leave it, the island will get better. If we take it, it will be useful.
I would like it if we left the crystal here, the gem here, because I would like for this giant turtle to be helpful.
Yes,
We are
that is-
powerful enough without that gem.
that is likely for the best.
Hayden's having some time to look at it, and Enola, probably. We both come from a very information-heavy society. Seeing an artifact like this, I don't think would be out of the realm of possibility, or at least recognizing what it might be. This is a Dragonheart gem.
Fancy.
Literally the essence of a deceased dragon imbued into a gem.
It could be useful in whatever fight is coming for us.
If we can remove it from here.
I've learned how to open the door if I'm on the outside. But I think I'm with Echo on this one. I can't sleep easy knowing we're taking this and killing such a large creature and possibly everyone that lives atop it.
I would not want to create issues between our friend the king and this island.
Oh, that's right. That's me. I'm the king. Yeah, that would be really bad for my people and the community here.
The community, yes. Your kingdom, less so. This is an island of outcasts and refugees.
Yeah, but Echo doesn't know that. Echo's only been a king for like an hour.
Fair enough.
I'm thankful for your help and companionship, so I'm inclined to go with whatever the larger group says, but my opinion has been made. I'll help if need be.
Cadence, I think, stares at the gem and then glances at Echo, and then can she see Lady Elowen? Yeah, can she see Lady Elowen at the moment?
Yeah. If you focused hard enough on the weapon, you would see the very spectral starlight version of your ancestor.
She glances at Echo and then looks towards Lady Elowen to see if she has any advice.
You want to keep them safe, do you not?
Do.
There's nothing saying this island will disappear.
There's a long pause. Cadence looking back and forth between her and Echo.
Would Echo have an idea of what Cadence is thinking based on the relationship, the friendship, and all of that?
Have you an idea of what?
Of what Cadence is thinking of doing?
You would
I
know,
don't
at least
know
with
if-
Cadence's history.
No, Cadence knows what Cadence is thinking right now.
Yeah, no. She doesn't right now, it doesn't. Based on Cadence's history and what Echo would know, very much, if this is the solution to a bigger problem, then that is what needs to be done. But you can see that she's hesitating.
Echo is going to move forward and hold Cadence's hand and says, "We are strong enough together. Whatever it is we have to do, you don't have to do this."
He nods at Echo and glances back towards Lady Elowen, but just kind of saying it out loud. We'll find another way. We didn't know this existed. This wasn't our solution to begin with. We'll find another way. That's my vote, at least.
Alright. Ophi? I think you're the only one who hasn't voted.
I think my vote is clear. And just turns back. She's the one who set it up there.
Fair enough. Then the gem, pulsing with life once again, starts to reform some of the cracks that you'd seen coming down here. That dead shell starting to be filled again with vibrant rainbow colors. As we make our way back up, back into the chamber, you'd spoke with the sage, the elder. And you'd see that there's a few dozen folks that are currently kneeling around the throne, kneeling around the elder. A quick glance and you'd see that those that have tear ducts are openly weeping.
I am going to ignore all of that and go straight to the head of the island to talk to the turtle.
Just brushing past this crowd, hitting
Yeah.
the streets and taking off.
Yeah.
Everyone else?
I think on the way up, Ophi is probably the closest she's come to physically leaning on someone. Just has a hand, I think, probably on Cadence's shoulder. Ophi does not look good. Ophi took a lot of damage.
Oh my god, I would have healed you.
Yeah.
I don't think Taylor realized you did as. Yeah, no, I would see gaping freaking axe wound.
Well, here's the thing. I'm a robot. You'd see a sliced shirt.
That's true.
She's trying to play it off quite a bit because now I know healing. It's
Would
fine.
Cadence have told me, hey, Opie's really hurt, help?
Cadence would probably realize that if Ophi is leaning on her for any sort of support physically, that, like, she's kind of in a bad place, but...
You should ask Enola for help.
I can fix it. When we have time. This is important.
Just make sure you do it before we find more trouble.
I will. I'm glad to see the sword held up.
It did. I am told its name is Starshine now.
Seems fitting. You wield it well.
You forged it well.
Hear a voice leading down to your ear, Cadence. I do like her.
Cadence doesn't say anything, just kind of a feeling of acknowledgement.
Stepping out to the court, the spire, you'd see Echo just take off. You'd see this procession going on. No one seems to be paying you much mind.
There is,
I would
with
have.
Echo,
Oh, you first.
I
You
was
first.
just going to say, with Echo running off, there is a moment where Cadence wonders if they're going to see them again.
Yeah, I think there's... Do you need to go see about that?
I should follow. Heal yourself.
Yes, Miss Cadence.
Cadence,
And Cadence will
takes
take off as well.
There's a bit of a half misstepped, probably, at no longer having a shoulder to hold on to.
What are the guards doing when Cadence runs off as well?
Pike would follow you. But when Cadence takes off, you'd see that they're both trailing behind.
While Ophi and Cadence were having that chat, I think I kind of trailed off a bit. This scene at the throne, dead or dying?
You would see the sage, the elder, like, hand still kind of grabbing that staff, but otherwise it's just slumped over.
I think I would walk up slowly. Like, obviously, if anyone is like, "Oh my god," like I'm stepping on something, I would stop. And if they are fully gone, step back. If it seems that they're in that like process of letting go, I have what's it called? Mercy as a spell. I don't know like what this death or anything is. Obviously she seemed like super chill with it, but she also was like super chill with anything universe happening. But it's like you strengthen the heart of a creature suffering from despair until the spell ends at the target viewed with 0 hit points. They're still left with 1. But I'm not necessarily using the mechanical sense of more I want to ease any sort of like pain or suffering, or just kind of like make this like a little less mentally whatever is happening. I'm just kind of like quietly.
Interestingly enough, as you would step up, people kind of recognizing that you're there would all just step to the side. Just to give you space. You would see the Sea Speaker, Lirio, step forward in a very whispered tone, kind of in your ear. She said that you to follow whatever you said you'd know what to do from here. Whatever that means.
Oh, she's a lot of faith in people. Who's next to take position? Is it you?
It would be me, yes.
Anola's fucking panicking on the inside, but outside, very chill as always. But I think they're, while, still kind of like doing this little bit of like a, not necessarily like spell, but just general like kind of death rite vibe, is probably like pleading to, by God, that I definitely remember the name of because I have the right notes up. Shadow guy.
Mm-hmm. I think his official name is Shadow Guy.
Yeah, it is Shadow guy. Did I really not write in this entire 8-page document of notes his name?
Scorus, the passing shadow.
Thank you. Just kind of like a little bit of like help plead in her head, but it's just like, I know that you are good in these situations, and for some reason you've chosen to follow me around. Not what do you say to grieving people? What do we?
I think Sprout's words would kind of echo in your mind the last time that they talked about Scorus. Talking about how, in Scorus's eyes at least, moving on means leaving something behind. Death is never the end, just another step. While it is absolutely encouraged, healthy to mourn loss or passing, you should never lose yourself in it.
You kind of hear that little smile. In the most like sincere, solemn voice she can, will kind of repeat that back. You have something very special here. This is a place unlike I've ever seen. Paradise, almost. Take care of it.
Yeah. But what was down there?
I think you should keep it better protected. I don't know if I can suggest that you look into it. It seems that she was strong enough and sound enough to accept what she saw. But it seems that this island is very old, very powerful, very knowledgeable, and don't go seeking it if it's not I don't know, the only option, I guess, or you know that you can handle the truth as sad as it may or bad as it may be.
Okay.
Definitely put some guards by the door next time you have visitors, though.
All right. Thank you. So much to do. I I need to start planning the funeral rites. That's what I can do.
I wish you the best of luck. And you have a beautiful community here. I'm sure you don't have to shoulder it alone.
As others kind of start coming in and start putting a hand on her shoulder, and through just kind of their body language alone kind of start pushing you out of the circle.
I'll rip the page out of my book and fold it up and just kind of put it in her hand.
Thank you. I think
Oh boy.
we could jump over to Echo and Cadence, standing near the head of this enormous turtle, now looking much more lively. In fact, seems to be kind of stretching out limbs and neck, getting ready to submerge the city once more.
Echo is communicating or trying to communicate with this giant beast, shouting whatever, anything, basically, to ask him or, this giant turtle how they're doing, if they feel better. I know you look better, but I want to know if you're feeling better. Like, feeling.
You would feel fear. The fight or flight instinct, and they have chosen flight. For whatever's coming, they want no part of it.
I would basically do the turtle version of saying, thank you for being brave for as long as you can. Try to keep you and your family, the people you care about, just safe.
Big old turtle head would swing around and just kind of press down on the two of you very lightly for just a few moments. And then swing back over and head submerges.
We should go because he's about to take a deep dive.
Oh, is everyone in the city going to be okay?
I think they'll be fine.
Yeah, they are
But-
very much accustomed to this.
But I'll be okay. I don't think that the rest of our team would be fine.
Yeah, let's get them then.
I think as we all board back up into our vessel, I'm gonna end on just one final scene with Ophi. Your eye bursting with energy, causing this almost instantaneous migraine. That vision you had seen, where you all stood together holding that gem, it radiating energy, and this shadow figure backing down, shatters. From the pieces of it, you can see Cadence on the ground. You can see Sprout on the ground. You see that you are standing facing this shadow being, whatever it is.
I don't know how far Enola got. I don't know how far away we were standing from that throne. But I
Or-
think whenever she is sort of, decides to step away from what she's doing there, she would probably find Ophi, probably leaning against a wall. Or probably more accurately, having sort of leant against the wall and then slid down. Just sort of sitting there, trying to process what is happening. The eyes going a million miles a minute. And just like Ophi does not typically show pain in the same way that most humanoids do. She doesn't experience pain in the same way that most humanoids do. But she looks like she is in pain.
Yeah, I think seeing that, being a little caught up in the motions, like clicks back into work mode, and will like rush and slide over, kind of encompass. Oh, I can word us both a bit in the shadows here to just kind of like make a private moment. Instantly throw in a heal, like just doesn't even know fully what is going on, but that is like the reaction of like pain. Thanks. Are you okay?
I will be fine. It's everyone else I'm worried about.
What did you see?
That artifact is powerful. And I know we are powerful without it. But I don't know anymore that we will be powerful enough.
Your visions, your eye, is it
Yes.
just scenes of the future, or is it more messages? How
It is possibilities. Sometimes it is the way things are. It is new. I am not yet used to parsing them all, but this is one of the possibilities, and it has changed.
well, this is definitely worrisome, but a gift? We can at least try to do our best to avoid that possibility.
Yes. And it may not be true. The gem was very convincing. It may still be doing convincing. We should leave the island.
Can you walk?
Yes. Of course.
Try to like help you up.
The facade of everything is okay. Still not looking great, but probably
Right.
significantly better for having a heal in her.
Yeah, you got a whole 40 extra HP, whatever.
Oh yeah, I'm fine. I'm so fine. Don't even
The
worry
metal
about
plating forms back together, but mentally, I can't
Mhm.
help that, unfortunately.
it. Yeah. I
I
think
can make it
that's very.
worse, but I wouldn't do that.
I think that's honestly kind of fitting. Like the few remaining hit points that Ophi doesn't get back, that's the migraine.
Yeah.
Like physically, I'm fine.
I think with that, with everyone loading back up, the captain's eager to set sail. The dock physically submerges as you all hop on. You don't even disembark from the dock. The dock is just gone. The island just sinks down. All of the shell type structures you see, that same kind of pearly gate just slide in front of them as the entire community just seals itself in and prepares to submerge. And we're left standing aboard our vessel once again, in the middle of the ocean, staring up at a beautiful night sky. And I think that is a lovely place for us to bring this game to a close. We have a lot to discuss in character. We have a lot to plan. A decision has been made. We chose humanity over power, and we'll see how that turns out. But I do want to thank you all for being here, being a lovely cast. I know we ran super late. We also got started a little late, so it all comes out in the wash. Thank you to everyone that came to watch us and support us. Interpoint Station, thank you for the raid. Neon Lights Roleplay, thank you for the raid. We heckin' love you all so very much. And I do want to go around one more time, have everyone tell you who they are, where you can find them on the internet, and then we will get on out of your hair. We'll do the same order we did intros. Why not? So first up is Anna.
I'll try to get through this without laughing again.
It won't even let me delete it with my mod powers. I can't.
Well, the mod powers is looking
It'll let
at
me deny Glyza's, yeah. Okay.
Don't
this is
deny
fine.
it! Tell people what I said!
I'll allow it. It's only fair. Autocorrect comes for us all. I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, I am Anna, aka Archival, This Funny Most Places on the internet. I'm a queer and trans advocate, VC worker, TTRPG performer, producer, and podcaster. You can find me on Twitter at Archival Dustbun and everywhere else, including Instagram and Blue Sky at Archival Dustbunny. As far as where to find me, I am tired, so I'm just gonna hit highlights. On Monday nights, you can over on the GR Crew, you can find Tears of the Rose, our long-term Blue Rose campaign. We're a handful of sessions in. The story is just getting started. I play a young, definitely not pirate, trying to find a place in the world. Definitely legitimate captain. Don't worry about it. Don't listen to what the crown says. Next Saturday night, you can find me over on Neon Lights Roleplay we'll be playing Trophy Dark for the Fright Nights event that is going on over there for Halloween. If you enjoy Lancer, check out Response Team Omnicron, a Lancer actual play podcast following a PR team who unexpectedly ends up on the front lines of a brewing conflict. We've been described as if Battlestar Galactica had its own red versus blue. So if you enjoy war stories or giant mechs, or just roleplay focused stories, check that out anywhere you normally get your podcast. And of course, check out Bloom and Blight. I'll actually let Kit talk about Bloom and Blight because I feel like they do a better job than I do. But yeah, my voice is tired, so that's all I'm going to plug tonight. If you want to see everywhere else that I am normally streaming or recording or wherever, follow me on social media.
Heck yeah. Speaking of Kit, over to you.
That's me. Hey guys, I am Kit, performer, producer, writer, podcaster, all of the hats. Don't worry about it, it's fine. You can find me most places on the internet at KitRoll or on Twitter while supplies last at KitRollCause. Specifically, coming up, there's this every other Saturday. Stop back in for more of this nonsense. It's great. Everything's gonna be fine, guys. Don't worry about it. Every other Friday, you can catch me over on I cannot talk today. On Life from the Apocalypse, for A Season of Secrets and Shadows, Season 2. It is 2 tables, 1 narrative, all Regency-flavored monstery romance. I play a country girl turned vampire turned courtgoer, trying to survive what might be a brewing war between some of the courts. We don't know. Also, I'm courting a werewolf. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Everything's fine and great. So we alternate tables. We just had table 2 last night, but peep next week on Friday for table 1 as they come back and try to deal with the nonsense that we caused. Every other Wednesday, you can catch Beacons of Farlight, a post-apocalyptic-ish game of sorts on High Shelf Collective using the Beacon system, where I am playing an elemental shapeshifter looking for answers and acceptance about 300 years after the fall of our civilization. It is a delightful little game, and we're only a couple episodes in, so if you want to catch up, now is the time. If you're looking for a new system, I will be very brief about talking about my love for cottages in Cerberus. We just funded on Kickstarter not too long ago, and I have had the delightful time of editing it. So if you want some cozy cottagecore monster hunter goodness, it is a delightful little game. You can check out APs over on here on Twitch at Chaotic Goat Productions, or find us on social medias all over the place. It is a delightful little time. And then because I have been tasked with talking about Bloom and Blight, if you like magical girls, queer narratives, and stories of hope amongst defeat, you can catch Bloom and Blight, our Girl by Moonlight actual play podcast, wherever you get your podcasts. If it's not there, let me know. I will put it there. That's a threat. For episode announcements and clips and things like that, you can find us on every social media imaginable at Bloom and Blight, all spelled out, all one word. And for cast and character info, transcripts on all of our episodes, and additional goodies like that, you can go to bloomandblight.com. And I think I'm back here playing sagas on next Sunday. And that's all I can talk about for now. So peep the socials for more stuff as I'm allowed to drop it. Now I will shut up.
So, half human, half bird here. Half human, half wolf there. Their theme?
Don't worry about it.
Okay, we won't worry about it.
Nothing to worry about here. I am just a little guy.
Over to Tay.
Hello, I'm Taylor at _potato_ or without them, whatever you're feeling, whichever one, I'll pop up. Everyone's already said a lot of things, but obviously I'm here every other Saturday, and when I'm not here on Saturdays, I'm over on High Shelf Collective, playing Die RPG, ran by the wonderful Nate, if you are a fan of or know of the Die comic book series. Same world, same vibe, but it's a TTRPG. It's great. It's gonna be traumatizing, and I can't wait. You can also find me in Beacons of Firelight every other Wednesday, also playing just a little guy. I'm just a little happy kobold that blows shit up. It's great, and I have pets. I have so many pets. One of my pets kind of looks like that. That was perfect timing. As well as every other Friday, I run a Wild Sea campaign over on High Shelf Collective. That'll be next Friday, and then every other Friday after that. As well as also in High Shelf Collective, guys, we're like ramping up for fall time. Tomorrow night, you can catch me running a Ghost of El Paso one-shot with somebody here. I don't know how to point to Hoop. We'll get to be a player. So if y'all want to come see Hoop actually get to play something instead of like be in the GMC, I get to terrorize him this time. So come on.
Excited.
As well as that. Well, I say that, but actually the players get to decide more than anything. Ghost of El Paso is the between game from the Gauntlet, so
I'm playing a terrible person.
That's so excited. As well as 30th, I get to finally play Never Going Home also over there. So if anyone is a fan of that game or knows of it, it's gonna get spooky. I'm very excited for that. You can obviously also listen to Bloom and Blade wherever you listen to your podcasts. Kid did the thing. It was great. And you can also find me over on Apocalyptic Unlimited, which is a collective of wonderful POC nerds lifting up other wonderful POC nerds in the TTRPG space. We are ramping up to hopefully start crowdfunding very soon for our quarterly zine next month. We have issue 0 out currently on our Patreon for free, as well as for free on Itch. So if you'd like to go look at that and see what it's about, that's what the other ones are going to be about. But hey, we'll pay you to write or draw or whatever you choose to contribute to it. So we're getting very excited for that. And hey, if you just want to like hang out with me on Apocalyptic Unlimited's Twitch channel on Monday, I'm going to be playing some spooky games. I think it's going to be a DBD night, Dead by Daylight. I know J-Mark is going to join me, as well as some community members. So yeah, we're going to just hang out and play games and sitch. So yeah, we do podcasting with Nunshot, the zine, obviously, TTRPG streams, as well as video game streams. Just being fun. That's it. That was a lot. I don't know why I said that's it. I'm finally done, is the correct way I should have ended that.
I like that after everything Kit said, we got to tell you it was in the blue and blight. Anyways.
Yeah, I didn't have to do it. Like, Kit did it so well, I had nothing to add.
It was put on me, so I did it.
Yeah, no, I love it.
We need to start like a rotation for this.
It's true.
But I just
Cheers.
want your script. Yeah. We just read the same script.
And then rejoining us after a much needed hiatus, Glyza.
Hello. I'm Glyza. I go by they, them. I used to have a script where I would say I have a lot of things to do, but I was a person of many hats. Now, not so much. I am slowly making my way back to TTRPGs after a long break. Some saying that the break isn't long enough, but who cares about them? I'm not in a lot. That's not true. I care a lot about the people who care for me. Please don't tell them that I said who cares about them. I actually do. And also they'll shout at me. Anyway, I'm not in a lot right now, but if you're curious about where you can find me, just check out bio.link/classicalglyza because it has all of my links. Or just look for me at classicalglyza everywhere on the socials. That's Twitch, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, Blue Ski, because I like calling it Blue Ski. And that's it for me because I haven't re-prepared my script of like where I'm at. There's a couple of shows I'm still in, but I haven't written my own outros in a long time. So that's it. Hoop, take it away from me before I keep saying other things.
There are 4 episodes left in this season. I was gonna say show, and I knew someone was gonna correct me and say season. But we have 4 episodes left, and I'm so excited. There's a
Get
big
in the comments,
bad...
season 2.
Get in the comments.
Get in the comments.
There's a big bad on the horizon, and I'm so ready for this.
We totally just didn't bone ourselves against it.
No,
Don't worry
not at all.
about it. It's fine. It's gonna be great.
I'm Andrew. I'm your storyteller for tonight's game, and for most games around here, well, you are going to see a bunch of friendly faces behind the GM's chair in the coming weeks. We have a bunch of great people that want to tell a bunch of great stories, and we are here to support it. But I'm here all the time. If you like my face and the things that I do and say, come hang out here. We have a Discord, which you can join at the link down below, that big old button that says Discord. It is where we post things like schedules and casting calls and just generally be giant nerds. I think that's it. That's all I got. I'm gonna throw right over to our friends at Exquisite Corpse Presents, who is playing a game of...
Oh, they're doing Sister Cities.
Yeah, Sister Cities, that one. Definitely know what that means. We're gonna go show them some love. But that's it. As always, be good people, do good things, and we'll see you next time. Bye, everybody.